here.
See you, Keys.
See ya. Thanks for coming.
Everyone in chat, stick around. This is going to be a sick run.
All right, let's go.
Also, everyone in chat, tell me if if the audio's good.
We're gonna do 3 resets, guys. So you guys get to see this amazing cutscene. This is what Colosseum's pretty well known for, is huge starter walls, and sometimes streamers will literally stream hours of this first minute and 20 seconds. So, but we're gonna go with 3 resets, and I can't up my game sound. I guess I can lower my mic. Unless you guys, if the game sounds too bad, I can try to do something. But
So wait, is this 3 resets to get an Espeon to make it to? Yeah, this is.
Keys recommended us do 3 resets just to give them the authentic Colosseum experience.
Right. So if the third one isn't, are you just gonna run the third one even if it's?
I'm
like
gonna
one
run the
special
third
attack?
one. I'm just, I guess, yeah. I don't know.
Just to get to your save with.
If it's 63, I'll reset
Crap.
again. But so to explain better, the chance of getting an Espeon is around 1 in 30. Sometimes it can take up to 3 hours or even longer to get Espeons. I know plenty of us.
I'd say it's a little less than, more like 1 in 15 these days.
Yeah, it's.
I think we've realized that it's important
now.
to get more runs to the Croc. But we've both been, I think, lucky with the Espeons, but very unlucky with the Crocs in our resets the past week.
Oh yeah, and I think it's technically, you should be more likely to find a Croconaut, which is insane to me. But
Basically what I do when I'm resetting is I check Espeon stats, and if I see an 8, if you see this special attack starts with an 8, then I'll keep going and, check it, see if the other stats are good enough. Like 84 is the highest special attack it can have. It needs to have a plus special attack nature for sure.
alright, so that was impish. There's no way we're doing that. 69. It's a high special attack impish, but doesn't really matter, does it? Alright, so this will be our last reset, and then we'll just go. So
you're going to check this Espeon in the program, and it's going to be a neutral 77 hidden power, grass 70, and switch to that.
Probably not. I'm too scared of ranges to do that.
Someday we'll probably route it, but I don't think we're ever going to actually run neutral special attack, because you don't get enough benefits from like plus speed or plus defense.
Whoops. I was looking for volume on Amarak. I could technically boost it. Is there a way to boost the Amarak volume while it's running?
84 Espeon only appears when speed is 60 and it's mild and defense is 31.
Alright.
I'll take my 80 special attack rash over that.
Well, this would actually be a very interesting Espeon to run, but we are going to not consider it.
Supersonic on Firma.
This is a very interesting one here.
Yeah, the world record in Colosseum has.
So this.
Well, that's not bad.
This
World
Espeon.
record has a 80.
So yeah, so this. I'll put this Espeon in the program for us, I guess, really quickly. I kind of missed it, but to explain, this Espeon has highest special attack, highest attack, and highest speed possible for a lonely Espeon. This Espeon has 49 attack, which is ridiculous.
I've got to check if you can return. I think you can return one of the Whismers.
I don't know.
Okay, hold on. Not the Zig, so you don't have to worry about that. You said 49?
Yeah, it's 49 attack.
You don't level. Oh my god, you gotta do it. According to, assuming return is full power, which I've had my doubts about, but I think it's because I may have died on some runs and then lose happiness. But if return is full power, then the Whismers are guaranteed to die to return.
Alright, we'll do it for experiment. We'll
The
save
24.
that. We'll save
The
this.
24. Correction, the 25
The 24.
Whismer is like a 70% range. I don't remember which one the 24 is. So you have to mash A or... They have different movesets too. One of them has Pound and Uproar, and the other one
The
has
Zig
Pound and
lived! Oh my god, it's already happening.
Oh god.
I taunted this dead Zig.
Okay, now I have to look that one up, because I thought that police died at 77. Colosseum runs are not supposed to be interesting yet.
So this is actually a great proof of concept of why we really need really high specials. You can see already that if I was running 77 special and not running like 80 something, I could run into something like this immediately out of the gate. So this already has lost me probably 15 seconds just seeing both those tackle animations. And then actually also having to watch Umbreon use Bite. But throughout the early game...
An 88% range.
88% range, alright.
But to a great start.
Throughout the beginning, we're going to be using Taunt a few times with Umbreon, and that's because we're 50-50 to, or a lot of the Pokemon in the early game are 50-50 to use an attacking move or a non-attacking move. And on average, it's faster to do that than to try to bite them. Why are the sides cut off? They're not cut off on my stream.
Can't wait for the Makuhita.
Please no. I missed that on 84 special. Loadout is 94% with return. Alright, so let's check this if return is. Let's see if this return is actually full power, right? So I've never done this. I don't have muscle memory for this.
I think it is.
Whismer died.
When
There
you
you
die, when you die, you lose a lot of happiness, and Espeon can die to like Mirror B. And so I think one time I calculated that like the Carvana always dies to return my attack, and then he lives on like 5. But I had died to Mirror B, so I think that's it. I know it's one of the whether you use a
Oh, I've actually.
like an herbal item. Herbal item or Espeon dies, it like knocks the happiness way down.
So I was already I wasn't paying attention. And I returned the second Whisper because I'm so used to just tapping A through that menu. Alright, so we're gonna get back on track and do regular strats now.
But he lived on so much.
Yeah, the 24 died though. I don't know.
Huh, that's weird. Yeah, he shouldn't have lived on that much. He's lived on 3 at the most. So probably return isn't at full power. Huh? You know.
We are going to load a better file later on. Not for actual runs though. I still want to showcase the early game, so we're gonna play through this. I'm gonna not name my partner in crime Double A, like somebody else did today.
Triple?
I went with single A this time. We're gonna do real strat. Alright. So it's interesting in this game because the text moves so fast. You'll see later on, I think naming Rui A is, I guess, marginally better, but we're not even supposed to nickname Fralligator when we get it later on. And I guess that's just the fact that just the text moves that quickly.
Yeah, I mean that's mainly because text is instant during battle.
Yeah. And you don't
So
see
like for Alligator used Surf, it just all appears on the same frame, whereas in the handhelds it's 1 frame per character. But yeah, it does come up when you're like teaching moves, then it prints normally, and if the text was slower, then it would be worth A. Like it's pretty close.
Yes, AA is the best. So you can actually take inputs really quickly in this game, so sometimes when I try to go fast, I'm rapid tapping A, and sometimes it just doesn't work out as I intend it to. Did I lose my commentator? Alright, so we went and visited the very nice mayor. The very nice mayor is going to help us and come down on those thugs. He's the only protagonist in this game. Oh, okay, etiquette. I just was double checking.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm
Alright.
still there. XD is a much worse speed game than Colosseum. And I think we'll be able to explain why when we get to the really good part of this run.
In about an hour and a half.
Yeah. There's basically 2 parts to a Colosseum run. There's everything through Mirror B. I mean, we'll get there in about, what, little less than an hour and a half. We should be done with Mirror B. And all of the trainers before a Mirror B have random AI or partially random AI. Which means that they don't recognize things like your HP. They don't recognize smarter Pokemon to target. So they'll sometimes, like, Mirror B's Ludicolo will, like, Mega Drain Espeon even when it can kill Croconaw with Mega Drain. And this can work for you or against you, and it sometimes saves the run when the AI is dumb. But we generally struggle a lot more with this part to get through this section of random AI without losing the run or losing a lot of time, because we can't script the fights. We can't predict what the opposing trainer is going to do, so we've just got to play the percentages. And there are so many fights where losing a turn can cost anywhere from like 15 seconds to 2 minutes that it's pretty tough to get a clean run through Mirror B. But after Mirror B, after Mirror B and then the 3 fights before Scrub in the Forest, all of the trainers have smart AI, so you know exactly which Pokemon they're going to target, and in a lot of cases, exactly what move they're going to use. So the fights are usually very clean, and it's cool to see how you can route fights knowing exactly what's coming at you.
So we're coming up on the single biggest piece of RNG in the game. Let's see how lucky we get. It doesn't look good. Does not look good. Does not look good, boys. Alright. Stay right there. Oh, alright, we're in there. So this little Mart boy is probably the biggest early game troll, and he gets on my nerves. It might not bother other runners, but man. Alright, so we're gonna go get some Pokeballs. We have to snag a few Pokemon, but really I think we only need one Great Ball. He's gonna give us 5 Pokeballs, but we shouldn't need those.
Yeah, prior to the discovery of a glitch that you're going to see used to our advantage throughout the run, we didn't buy as many X Specials. The X Specials are used to execute this glitch to make a lot of fights faster. So we had money for more Great Balls, but thanks to the glitch that allows you to preserve a ball after throwing it, we can get away with the 1 Great Ball. And we just lose time to executing the glitch during the fight. So you'll see the ball glitch on the Crocodile fight, and then probably also when we catch Metatite later, and then we'll see the X Special glitch throughout the run. The X Specials are interesting because there are some fights where it's really useful to get set up, and you use them in a traditional Pokemon speedrunning sense just to save turns and to make fights safer. But because this game has animations and a lot of lag, it's often just faster to use an X Special and then 1-hit a Pokemon than it is to 2-hit them. Even though if you go for the 2-hit, then you have a chance of criticaling and 1-hitting it.
I'm sorry, you
Every move
guys.
has an animation.
Only subs get the right half. I'm sorry you guys didn't get to see the full glory of Mirror V right there, but hopefully we can get this resolved. Am I supposed to return this freaking low pad? Like, is this really a strat, or am I wrong? It
This
didn't
part of the
die.
game is-
Okay, return is definitely not full power. Yeah. Unless I'm just got really
yeah,
unlucky.
that's weird. Wonder when it reaches full power then.
Well, this is good experimentation. So this is not what you do in a normal run, but this is good testing. We actually get the same amount of turn fight anyway because we crit Whismer, so it's all right.
Oh, nice.
We didn't get a chance at a flinch, but works out. Knowledge was gained, exactly.
Wow, that astonished damage on this.
There's no way that return is good enough. Well, this is a lonely Espeon. I didn't see the defense, but
Is this gonna be the run where Espeon dies to Makuhita?
I hope not.
Critical.
Critical cross shot. Wait, am I 52 going into Croc? Alright, this is not going. This ain't good. I wonder if I should center before Croc. I guess it doesn't matter how badly it goes, so I don't know. Alright, looks like we have the entire screen now.
Teckle, I think there used to be a route with like 6 X Specials. I don't remember there being a route with none, but yeah. Now we're up to 29, and we honestly would like to use like 35.
Oh, we crit the
There's just a
Duskull
few
too.
places.
Well,
Nice. There's a few places where it just saves animation time.
So even if we miss this
But you
Makahita
can't
range
play that
now,
much.
we should be able to get it with Bite. We killed the Makahita on 77 special. I missed that Makahita on 84. It's very possible to get bulky Makahitas that don't die to that. That also brings up an interesting thing where stats are set for pretty much all Pokemon in this game, except for the Shadow Pokemon. So the Shadow Pokemon have varied stats, so we can only route around them to a certain extent. There are often corner cases of certain Shadow Pokemon that don't die to things that we would expect the average Shadow Pokemon to die to. Or Entei could be super fast and outspeed us when we wouldn't expect it to, and that's just the product of them being random IVs and natures.
And Shadow Pokemon are generally quite a bit stronger than non-Shadows because they gave all non-Shadow Pokemon 0 IV and everything, whereas Shadows are just random, so, you know, on average 15, 16 IV.
So
This game will be a lot harder.
This Croc being female is kind of alluding to something we're already going to deal with in the run. I was not expecting this, but Croc is only 1 in 8 to be female. It only matters on a couple fights, but we'll talk about that when we get to
If
it.
the Croc is 68, 49, 49 naughty.
Will you run it? So here I'm going to be performing a ball glitch, and essentially by moving the ball to a different slot, it I guess it registers as not using the item, so none of our balls are used, and the Great Ball will still exist. But this is how we get away with buying 29x specials, is because we can perform this ball glitch. While it's a little bit slow, it's well worth it for what we can do with the new route. We also
catch rates got buffed in this game. It's like Croconaut's catch rate is actually quite low in like the Gen 3 handheld. It's like it's 45 or something, so a Great Ball from full health is only like 10% to get it, but from our experience in doing runs, it's like 40% to get in wall, and it seems to vary throughout the run, like, depending on the Shadow Poke, how much catch rate is buffed, but it's... We don't know exactly how much, but it helps us.
As you can tell, I yellow balled that Croconaut, which would normally be a very low % chance. Which I'm really glad that worked out. Wait, I guess I'll pause and check the Croc once I get to the next town. Or I can pause now.
This system.
So we would normally check Croc here. This Croc would not be good enough to run in an actual game. So the Croc stats we normally look for are around 57 attack or higher. Then we look for around 43 special and about 45 speed. This Croc meets 2 of the criteria barely, but the attack is pretty low. So this would not be a runnable Croc normally.
Sadly, that is the bulk of a lot of the Colosseum speedruns, is just resetting until the Espeon and the Croc are both good. It's tedious, but you don't have to do a whole lot during the resets. There's not like an execution, there's not tricks that you need to pull off. You're gonna make it every time. Sometimes the Croconaut takes a few balls to get in, and then you just hope.
Yeah,
we have RNG manipulation for Espeon, but it's really inconsistent. It ends up being, I think, more time spent resetting if you use the current manipulation method, and we don't have any manipulation for Croconaut.
So I'm just taking the center here to kind of mimic what I did on my pre-save file, just for consistency. But you do have options, so if you're damaged by, a super potion's worth of value, you should just go ahead and sink a super potion into your Espeon and move on. Sometimes your Espeon will die. It's not too frequent, but there's a center there that you can make use of. So it's definitely not run ending. So this fight, I should have saved. This fight, Kale, his Furret has the capable of just one-hitting you. If it rolls strength and chooses Espeon or Croc, if it criticals, it has a chance to just kill you. This makes it a very scary fight. It's one of those very uninteractive fights where things can go really badly.
And the Ralts has Imprison and Confusion, so if it gets off an Imprison, then you can't use Confusion with Espeon until it's dead. So we generally try to get the Ralts out of the way, but then the Furret can become the main target, depending on the luck that you get.
So this Furret has pretty bad special defense, which is boding well for us. Croc reached Hyper Mode immediately, which is dangerous. But we got Confusion from Ralt, so it's okay. So now it's correct I believe it's correct to just ignore Ralts and kill Furret. You want Furret dead as soon as possible. Furret presents the most of the threat. Ralts can waste some time, but you'll see a strength coming in here from Furret, and you can see that it does a lot to Croconaw, but it'll do even more to Espeon, so.
Well, Alan, it usually kills you with Shadow Rush crit as well. And then sometimes Strength crit can kill Croconaw or that plus a quick attack. Better to lose Espeon in this fight than Croc.
Yeah, because you need to have Hyper Mode, or you want Hyper Mode for the next fight.
I don't want to say anything about losing Hyper Mode, because...
Because it can happen!
Yeah, but, well, Hyper Mode is, speeds up the early game considerably, and you lose it when your Pokemon faints. But you can't use healing items on a Pokemon in Hyper Mode, so you've got to be very careful.
So currently on this fight, I'm just distributing my attacks so that I'm more guaranteed to kill things. So, like, Croc needs to crit CDOT, and we haven't really went over this, but when you're in Hyper Mode, Shadow Rush has about an 80% chance to critical, so throughout the early game, we're routing around Shadow Rush critting things. And, there are a few Pokemon that if you miss this critical hit chance, the 1 in 5, that it can be run-ending, or lose you minutes of time. I'll point out a lot of the fights that could cause that you can get run-ending critical misses, so. You can see that the developers had a lot of fun with the hair in this game. You'll see it throughout the run. I don't know why, but they seem to go hog wild with it just in these console games. So we have to go in this house to trigger a cutscene, so this is just some work that we need to do to further the storyline. You can actually visit this house before Kale, but it's slightly slower.
So when are we loading the save file?
I'm going to load it when I get to the Colosseum,
Okay.
like right before I go in. Because I want to check the nature of the Croc that I catch for each save file, I have to go at least 2 Kale, so I save them at the Colosseum. So yeah, we just have to get through this short cutscene percent. There's not too much to talk about right now. you can note that you can't say no to these guys. You can't refuse to help them. It's like that in most other Pokemon games as well. I've always wondered why developers or game developers present you with options but do not allow you to actually have them.
Some cases you can say yes or no. That's slightly faster to say one or the other.
Yeah, I think there's 2 instances in the run, or there's 3 instances in the run where you have that option. You have the girl that cries on Ein Split, you have Sinalor, and I guess you have the guys coming out of Colosseum. Phenac.
Yeah, it's one thing that I really like about Colosseum is that things like movement and text, there are ways to optimize them, but like if you are sloppy with your mashing or your movement, or you accidentally say yes or no, in the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter that much. So you can focus your efforts on executing the fights optimally, because it's very difficult, even with some of the recent improvements to consistency, to play a full run of this optimally and manage every situation. Like particularly on like the last 2 fights, there's so many variables, and just the fact that it can go so poorly if you make a mistake or if you haven't routed properly, it just kind of forces you into really thinking about how to solve this game. And unlike a lot of Pokemon games, solving it doesn't just mean getting lucky. You do have a lot more control.
Alright, so here I'm going to go to the save machine, I'm going to save, and we're going to switch memory cards. But I'm going to save just like I did in the other run, and we're going to load it up. Alright, so here we go. We're going to switch to actual good Pokemon that can kill Zigzagoons. These can't kill Lotats and Whispers with Return though, so are they really better? I don't know. So here we are, we're going to switch over. It's very difficult to find the Espeon and Croc once again, and so realistically, if you want to see what the speedrun can do, I have to load this save because having low stats is very limiting. It also creates a lot more risk in the run, just because you'll start not killing things and smart AI will destroy you later in the game. So I'll go over the stats of these guys. This Croconaw is a neutral. And, what am I doing? So this Espeon is quiet with 84 special. It actually has 34 IV special, and has a hidden power psychic of 70, so you'll see that later on. The quiet speed is good enough. It's not as fast as it could be, but it gets most of the things that we need. This Croconaw has a slightly above average attack and has really good special and speed. So
Alan, if you mean like what saves the most time, it would be the final 2 fights for sure.
But I wish it was 34 IV special. So this is actually a good example. I was talking about how Shadow Rush sometimes just doesn't crit, but the first Pokemon that I fight in this Colosseum with this Croca missed. Barboach is relatively harmless, and you don't really lose a turn over it, but you do get some extra animations. You get 2 extra animations, which really, when you're optimizing Colosseum, a lot of it comes down to balancing consistency and also balancing really how many animations you have to watch. So this glitch allows us to skip a lot of those animations that we used to have to wait through because we have to delay a turn. But we won't see the first example of the new glitch till a little bit longer. Just probably about 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, we would use it on the third fight in this Colosseum here, but we just don't have enough money. It only saves a few seconds.
Yeah, the route is really tight. And as you can see, we're already buying 29 X specials and one Great Ball, so there's not much else we can do. That's the only things we buy in the beginning.
The neutral nature on Croc isn't optimal, but I mean, it's good enough. We don't need to show the perfect Croc. We rarely get the perfect Croc, which is a naughty nature with high attack, high special attack, and high speed.
And generally, you also want high special defense depending on your Espeon.
Yeah.
So
the thing that makes it so difficult, and then why we have to accept less than optimal stats, is that some natures, including some of the good natures like Lonely and Mild and Rash, where your most important stats are getting boosted, they do not purify well, which means that the shadow bar goes down very slowly and sometimes just isn't. There's still some. It still has like a bar left by the time you're ready to purify it, and so you have to just walk around or massage it with a vivid sense, or call it during battle. You can call it out of hyper mode and lose hyper mode, and then take a while to get back in. And not only does that lose a lot of time, but your Croconaw does not start gaining experience until 2 of the shadow bars have gone down. So even the natures that just barely purify in time are going to be losing like 2,000, 2,500 experience, and then the rest of the run is going to be tougher. So Hardy is a neutral nature that purifies pretty well. A couple of the neutral natures, it's Bashful and I forget the other one.
Docile.
Just don't purify well at all, so you'd have to reset those.
You need one call for Docile, so it's one of the not as terrible ones, but still. So this fight has a little bit of RNG, so you can go for Confusion on Electric or Return, but you're risking Static. Return is faster if you don't get Static. I generally return it. You're also dealing with the fact they can both use Quick Attack, which, for these guys, they're actually faster than these Pokemon, so anytime I got Quick Attack there, it was just wasted time. But we only got one, which is pretty good. So normally we'd have to watch a cutscene, like, going all the way down and looking around the Colosseum here, but it turns out you can just hold B, and it just warps right to the start of the fight pretty much, which is pretty nice. Calm is a lie.
And the reason we don't sell the Awakenings and other status healing items is that they don't sell for much. You'd have to sell, like, all of them just to afford 2 more X specials. And so that ends up being more time than it saves. Plus, you can sometimes find use, getting put to sleep by the Dunsparce, or paralyzed by the Dunsparce, or frozen by the Golduck is the Ice Heal.
So I don't have a chance to kill this Goldeen, so I'm just going to leave it alone. Turns out I'm kind of glad I did. I got a really bad roll in the Magnemite.
Oh, I didn't die with 59?
Nope.
Dang.
That must have been a really terrible roll. It died in practice earlier.
I wonder how these ranges stuff not dying to return.
I was messing
Honestly,
around with Shadow Rushing the Delibird on the way in because it dies to some attacks.
Say that's a 1 in 16.
The Goldeen died, but the Magnemite didn't die.
Check.
Wow. Fine. So I want to confuse Delibird here. We don't want to depend on Shadow Rush critting. I could technically like call in some circumstances or use Return with Espeon. But if you're risking a crit, wasting time, it's generally not worth it. This is a fairly smooth Colosseum. This is generally what you can expect. Colosseum is generally not too trolly unless your speed is awful, which is why we really want decent speed on Croconaw.
And the free heals after every fight really help.
Yeah.
The next section, we're climbing up the Pyrite building on your way to the cave where you meet Mirror B. You don't get free heals. If you want to heal Croconaw, you either have to not be in hyper mode and use healing items, so that's just not an option for a speedrun, or you have to go back to the healing machine on the first floor. So it's always a matter of risk versus reward and how often you go back to that healing machine. And if at any point you die, like, you want to keep hyper mode through the cave, through the Mirror B fight. It's basically for the next 40 minutes of the run. Very punishing if you take a risk trying to keep Croconaw going when it's at low health and you die.
You can just imagine it as your damage just being halved when you're out of shadow or hyper mode. So it's a huge deal. This fight is pretty free. There's only one thing that can really go wrong. That's the enemy uses supersonic. But
yeah, I've died to crit Shadow Rush, so.
You've died. I've never seen that. Alright, so we got Uproar from Yanma, so as long as we critical with Shadow Rush, we should be fine. Well, critical Uproar did like 40 damage, so there's that. Oh, we crit Yanma's gonna die. Ooh, that doesn't matter at all, but it's cool, I guess. That's only the second time that's happened for me. You generally need Yanma to have decently bad special defense, and then you need to have pretty good special attack for that to be possible. Oh, Croconaw came to its senses. You guys get to see a rarity here. I just lost a 1%er here, and Croc is now not in hyper mode. Good thing it doesn't really matter here, but I need to get it back quickly. Preferably this very next turn. Not like this.
What is it about this fight? Okay, so this happened to me in a PB on this fight.
I wonder if
it's happened to you too, Rise
Is
again,
it
and now
Uproar?
it's happened.
I wonder if it's Uproar, but
Time to use Umbreon for this fight.
Time to use Umbreon.
It's generally okay if it happens here.
Yeah, this is generally early enough.
Like the Yanma. The Yanma supersonic me, and so I died. But like,
so we got it back
Croconaw
immediately
this
here.
It'll probably be just like a minute of time loss.
Alright, so we got it back immediately. I think we're similar speed to Surskit, so we could, I don't remember, 47. So I'm faster than Surskit, didn't use quick attack, it died, so we pretty much lost very minimal time here. This is mainly just because we crit the Yanma. If we had not crit the Yanma, that Shadow Rush non-critical wouldn't have killed, and this would have been a lot worse of a fight, but the crit kind of carried the fact that we lost a 1%er. So, turns out this fight really went way better than expected from what I saw at the start. So, we're pretty much back on track. It's seemingly random.
This is Colosseum's early game for you. You just think, oh, it's over, and then it's fine, and then it's over, and then it's fine. And you're just trying to survive.
It can be a huge roller coaster of a run.
Usually it ends up alright, but you're not safe until you've defeated Mirror B. Every fight can go so poorly, or so well.
You can go weeks without seeing your Pokemon randomly drop out of hyper mode. But I've gotten it, I think, twice in 3 days even. So it's been pretty crazy.
Yeah, it's a lot worse if you drop out of hyper mode later, because the lower your shadow bar is, the less likely you are to get into hyper mode. So, like, it's happened to me when like, all of my shadow bar is out. Like, some natures, your shadow bar will be out before Mirror B, and you really want hyper mode for Mirror B, so, like, Croconaw came to its senses, and then you have to switch to using Metatite for Mirror B. We catch Metatite for its Twisted Spoon to give to Espeon. Meditite is also a pretty good battler, and we get hyper mode for him and use him a little bit, but we don't want to use him too much.
So this Talo here
So
is
if
never
Croc
guaranteed.
Snaps out again.
Oh, you can go ahead. I just wanted to talk about my recent plague of missing Talo ranges.
Yeah, the Talo has Endeavor, so if it lives on 1 HP and it uses Endeavor, then you live on 1 HP. And if Crocodile is the Pokemon that it targets with Endeavor, then Crocodile is at 1 HP as it uses Shadow Rush on this Hoot Hoot, and it kills itself with recoil damage, and you lose Hyper Mode. That is not a fun way to lose a minute.
Alright, so our attack's not that great.
But the Talo...
We're actually going to show off the glitch for the first time on this fight, just because of what spread we got here. So what we do is we use an item and we target Espeon with it, but it's not going to have any effect. It seems that the game essentially sets whatever the value of the use item, and when you choose your next item, it's still using the same Pokemon you tried to use previously. So that seemingly we use this throughout the run, but I manipulated an X special, or applied X special to Espeon here. And used Confusion on Barboach the same turn. We don't have to worry about Thrash killing Espeon. Croc's too fast.
Yeah, isn't it 47?
47, yeah. It's just right out of range. I actually, when I was doing resets for this Croc, my Umbreon was 46 speed, and every time Umbreon went first, I just reset and found another Crocodile. So,
Yeah, that's a good strat.
That's kind of how I found it. I made sure my speed was 46 or higher. So I used Bite turn 1 with Umbreon on the Croc, and then that was kind of how it was. So we're coming up on one of the more dumber fights in the game. You're pretty much just 20% to lose Croc here. So I'm just going to play it safe, and I'm just going to heal and save before this fight. I don't want to lose Hyper Mode. This is when you get this far up the tower and you start losing Hyper Mode, you start losing a lot of time, and it also you might not get it back, and we really can't play with Croc out of Hyper Mode up to Mirror B. It's just not feasible, or it's feasible, but I would lose loads of time.
And the fights start getting a bit more dangerous, starting with this guy, so...
Yeah. So this Magnemite, or this
don't
trainer
necessarily have a turn.
Yeah. This trainer is a weird one, where it's one of the few early game trainers that has, I guess, as smart AI like the old game, or like the later game. So every time that Magnemite lives, it's always going to Thundershock Croc, and Rim Raid pretty much always Psybeams Croc, because Croc has lower special defense, or, Psybeam's not effective against Espeon. So whenever you miss that critical, it's very likely that Croc just gets killed, which makes it a really risky fight.
This trainer has like half good AI. Like, it's not aware of your HP, but it is smart about which Pokemon it targets. So, like, that's why Magnemite always goes after Croc. And yeah, it's just you need a very strong Croc to survive Thundershock and Psybeam and the recoil damage from Shadow Rush.
I could post the stats. Or if you don't mind, Xarian, do you mind going into our chat and throwing the stats in chat for Rising?
Oh,
or
yes.
for people in general?
I can.
I think I have them. I think I sent them to you.
It's just what you sent to me earlier, right?
Yeah.
The Hardy.
Yeah, the Hardy is what we're looking for.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, thanks. So we're doing this glitch again here. Well, I'm done. I think I have to reapply it. So generally we would Voltorb is random AI, but it has Shockwave, which can really hurt Croconaw. So with really high special Espeons, we can opt to use the X special glitch, and we can go for a one hit here. It is I think a 13 and 16 range, but that's definitely worth going for. And so also it saves recoil damage on Croc, so it's a pretty big deal. So that was a pretty slow fight, but we did get the Voltorb range, so there's not much to complain about. The Electrike Quick Attack RNG is just something we have to deal with. There's no real way around it because it's random AI, but it does waste time. Most Colosseum runners would normally have the stats on the screen because we have a program that helps with that. But this Croc is farmed manually, so it doesn't actually exist in the program. So what I do is I catch Crocs, I go to Kale to check if the nature is purifiable, because you can normally tell by Kale if it's purifiable. And then after that, I take it all the way to Purification, which is after the scrub split. And at that point, I use the level ups from the scrub split to determine what my IVs are. So I can't determine it via the program, but I can determine it manually. So it was a very involved process to get a Croc, and every Croc that was a potential one to use for the marathon, I'd have to at least invest an hour and a half into figuring out if it was worth it or not. But that was the process that I used, and the process to originally get it, like I said, I had a 45 speed Umbreon, or 46 speed Umbreon, and every time Croc didn't outspeed, I reset. So that kind of thinned the herd out.
These fights here are a bit of a break before difficult fight at the top of this building. You can get frozen on this fight, or Croc can take cumulative damage, but
I actually got frozen in my warm-up before the marathon. Yeah. I've also gotten double frozen in a run before, so that was pretty neat. But Spiel's using Powder Snow, so you guys have a 20% chance something gets frozen? 19% chance? We really want neither of them to get frozen. But okay, so we missed the roll there, so we're not frozen. It's not really a big deal, but if they freeze Croc, you have to go back and heal. Because you can't actually defrost Croc because he's in hyper mode. So if Croc gets frozen, you're stuck doing nothing pretty much. Alright, so Croc's getting pretty low, and this next fight, of course he's a range because of my attack. And I think it's a range even on higher attacks, but it might be unlikely. So we're going to just go ahead and use this opportunity to go back and heal for the last time. We want to minimize our heals on this because, as you can tell, I have to backtrack a pretty long way. In a normal run, I would try to make it to the Voltorb trainer without healing, and then I would heal after the Voltorb trainer, and then I would try to make it to Pheroma without healing again. But since we're doing a marathon, I wanted to be safe for Magnemite and just be safer in general, so we're going to just take 2 heals. Also, my Croc has bad HP, so it would have been difficult for me to do a 1 heal split.
It's just tough to budget this whole section because Shadow Rush's recoil damage is random. We don't exactly know what the formula is, but sometimes it does 4, sometimes it does 5, sometimes 6, and I think once or twice I've seen 3, and it was with bad HP. I don't know what's going on, but if you just get a bunch of 6s, or like you don't crit Shadow Rush and you have to use another one, and then suddenly you're at like 25 HP for the fights at the top of the building, then you have to go back and heal, otherwise Croc is just going to get targeted and killed, because Firma, the last trainer in this section, does have that partially good AI.
Alright, so Horsey did die, so this fight is fine now. That Horsey is actually built very interestingly and can kind of be trolly. If you miss the range, it always goes for Dragon Dance, but it has Flail. It outspeeds Croc after Flail, so you can't go for the one hit on Sandshrew. And if you do choose to one hit Sandshrew, one of your Pokemon is taking a pretty much a 1 HP Flail with a +1 attack from Horsey. It does I think it does around 40 or something to Espeon. It does a lot more than you'd expect, but... If your Croc's attack is high enough, though, that's not generally an issue. It's rarely a problem. So since my HP is fine, I'm not going to use the glitch strat here. There is a strat to glitch the X specials here to preserve some recoil damage, but because our health's so high and I've used an X special earlier on Larvitar Barboach guy, I'm going to forego using it for now. Generally this fight is alright. You want them to target Espeon, so if they target Espeon you can kind of heal it off, but at this high up in the tower, if Croc takes too much damage and you have to go heal it, I think I timed it like almost 1.5 minutes to walk all the way down and all the way back up. So if that Tentacle chooses Bubble Beam and attacks Crocodile, it can be very bad. It's just another one of the problems of random AI. Alright, so we won't full HP on Espeon. Pharma is smart enough to wail on us, unlike some of the other trainers on this split. So we're going to heal Espeon back to full. Pharma has a Mantine that can Bubble Beam or Shadow Rush us. But once again, Mantine is a Shadow Pokemon, so it's, you know, the Mantine can range to dealing like 30 damage with Bubble Beam to like 20 damage max. It's pretty crazy how wide the range of damages are on the Mantine, specifically. I can't sleep either. That's why I'm here. So this Spinarak is, we'll always use agility. We kind of abuse this knowledge so that we can Shadow Rush Love Disc on the way in. Love Disc can be very trolly. So we really want to crit this Love Disc. And what allows us to do that is just the Spinarak is very slow. And Espeon will just outspeed it, even after +2. So that's pretty fast. It doesn't really bother us, and it's just a faster version of trying to do anything else. I won't sleep before the run ends, please.
So yeah, the next fight here after Espeon just kind of blows through the previous 8 fights or so without needing to heal, then it's very difficult to do this next fight without using a super potion on Espeon during the fight. And sometimes you need to heal twice or you die to a critical. There are some risky strats we used to do that we've learned were not a good idea, where you give the APOM a turn, and you hope he doesn't flinch or crit you.
But, those used to be strategies, but I kind of am in the boat where I don't want to get APOM a turn ever again, so I resorted to those strategies.
Yeah, and I timed the strats like a couple weeks ago, and it's barely faster to get the perfect fight where you give APOM a turn. Of course, the fastest fight is just to have really good attack on proc and one hit the APOM.
So you can see Mantine did 26 there. That's probably about the average. Like you probably expect to see 26. It's not super high, not super low. I actually tried a version of this fight earlier today that worked out, so I'm going to try it here again. I don't know if you've tried this specific ordering of things, but I think you might find it interesting if it works out.
Alright.
Debuting Weird Famous Strats live. So at this point, the APOM's gone. We want Mantine not to crit us, but it's just kind of at this point, it's it's how we distribute our damage at this point. Actually, I can't do it anymore now. I have to just heal. Rip.
Oh, did you not crit?
I got Speedfall and didn't crit, so I got wrecked.
So is the strat to return Mantine there?
The strat is that Shadow Rush return kills, and then you can Shadow Rush Yanma on the way in, so you never get Sonic Boom, and then you just leave Furret alive for last while it just defense curls and sits there. That was kind of the idea.
Well, it usually quick attacks, but it
worked really well yesterday, or it worked really well earlier.
Yeah, I've considered that, and then the other one.
I like it if it saves the healing item, but of course if you get Speedfall or anything else, you just can't do it, so...
Yeah, like if you can't save the healing item if you just double Shadow Rush the Mantine, but
Yeah.
you usually don't save the healing item if you return it, because Furret will just quick attack on turn 2. So you're dead to another quick attack.
Yeah,
those two strats are very similar.
It solely depends on what Furret decides to do. It can choose a double defense curl, but once again the AI is kind of arbitrary on this fight, except in a couple places. I don't know what the Furret is doing most of the time.
The Furret's AI, as far as I can tell, is it always defense curls, and it's with Mantine, and it's its first turn out. And then it's like random between defense curl and quick attack. But then when Yanma is out, it always uses Helping Hand, and the Yanma always uses Sonic Boom.
I hate this game.
Smart AI indeed.
It just can never go smoothly. Something always has to go wrong. So we're gonna have to equip an experience share on Espeon a little earlier now, because we lost XP. It's not worth playing around that, not even in a marathon, because we can adjust our XP later on, and it's fine.
Yeah, you'll make it up as long as you equip it before the first trainer in the forest. Good thing we get a free heal here.
So even with all these returns and all these, like, trial and error things, Espeon dying, extra heals, the run from the first reset, or like the third reset, not the one on the screen, but that was still a sub 1 hour Pharma. Even with all those messing around, it just kind of shows the consistency that some of the routing and some of the X specials has provided, among other things.
Sub 1 hour is world record pace.
I know, right?
So too bad this isn't an actual run.
Too bad this is a cheating run.
You can't actually PB you.
I could actually PB you, but I still have a free PB I can get later on. So we'll be good. I'm still timing this one against some average splits just to give me an idea of how I'm doing and how things are going. Oh, that's okay. I see what happens there. That's funny. So you have to go immediately to X Special after full healing Espeon. I accidentally clicked full heal again, and it resets the thing. It's interesting. I accidentally did that in a run the other day as well. So it seems like if you accidentally click into the menu again, it resets whatever the item's targeting. So this Qwilfish is another shadow Pokemon, and the real issue with that is that, once again, Qwilfish can be arranged. It's never guaranteed, even with confusion and it being super effective. So we can use the glitch here to immediately kill Qwilfish. Qwilfish has some very trolly moves. I think it has Surf, but I think it even has a poison move that can poison you. I think I've gotten poisoned before. But it looks like we're getting trolled anyway because the game is not letting me not letting me have a fun time right now. It's trying to be difficult.
Not the sand.
So now we're getting Headbutt. So this going on Croc is scary because we need to live through, and I got a flinch, so it's not even dead yet. Just wasting a lot of time. So that's a very unlucky fight. You hardly ever see that. But this is actually makes this next part of the run scarier because Croc is a lot more likely to die to Meditite with this damage on it. It only takes like 2 moves instead of generally 3. So we're going to take a little detour. We're not going to go straight down the stairs. There's some really nice items in here. We want these hyper potions for safety later on, and we will use them. And there's some PP restoring items which we'll need. So even though these are out of the way, they're very necessary. So we're coming up on the second Shadow Pokemon we catch in the run. We're going to get Meditite here. Meditite will help us with 2 fights, and will also give us a Twisted Spoon, which helps with a lot of ranges throughout the run. I actually forgot to equip Twisted Spoon for a while in a run the other day, and it was a really good example of why we really just can't skip Meditite. Skipping Meditite would lose more time than it takes to catch it most of the time, so which is kind of amazing to think about.
Difference between Twisted Spoon and no Twisted Spoon is basically the difference between a plus special attack nature and a neutral nature, and we never run neutral natures, so gotta have it.
So we're doing the ball glitch again here because we can do it essentially. We need to Confusion Beg in this turn, so we have a free turn where Espeon needs to attack. Essentially, whenever party Pokemon number 2 needs to attack, we can do this ball glitch, which will extend the life of our Great Ball. Oh no! I got excited for a second. I thought I was gonna get good marathon luck with the catch rates, which, if anything else, I would have liked good marathon luck with the catch rates, but it doesn't look like we're getting it. It shook just enough times to get my hopes up. So hopefully this confuses Espeon. So this is just getting scarier and scarier at this point, so I'm actually going to Yellow Ball this turn without getting the ball glitch off, which is
The
dangerous.
scariest thing is when you try to damage it, and then you crit it,
You crit it.
and you realize what you've done. Never damage Meditite.
The best you can do is you can return Meditite once, so we're actually gonna... It's very likely that Croc dies now, which is really bad. Okay, it targeted Espeon, so we got another turn here.
Meditite is something like 50% to get
We
in,
also
so
don't crit the new one. Oh my god.
usually it's
dude.
not a problem.
What is this luck? It has just been a storm since I entered Family. So we're gonna get a little Pokeball here. I don't know if that's necessarily correct, but I can't really... Maybe I should just damage Meditite this turn. I'm gonna damage Meditite with Return. It's dangerous if it high jump kicks and misses, but it's very unlikely we're gonna get Meditite in a Yellow Ball Pokeball, so Oh god. Please give him the next ball. So this is, we really need Meditite to get in this ball.
We don't know exactly what it is on. We just know that it is, that catch rates are significantly altered in this game from what they are in the handhelds.
I can't damage Meditite any longer because it risks killing itself if I do so. So this is about what I can do. So we got it. Croc lived. It was a really slow fight, but I'm really glad that Croc did not die here because I don't want to be doing Meditite Mirror B strats as fun as that might be for you guys. It's not fun for me. I refer to the run as on life support when stuff like that starts to happen.
Yes, they are quite a bit higher. But it seems some Pokemon like Croconaw are buffed more than others.
So I'm actually just going to go ahead and heal them. I'm going to go ahead and heal them both close to full here. So obviously we haven't healed yet. Croc's at 3 HP. We can't really do anything about that. So we're going to use Meditite for this next fight. Meditite can be better for a lot of these fights just because of the pure power makes it fairly likely to have... It can have some massive attack stats.
Did we check stats on Meditite?
I did not check stats because Croc didn't die, but...
Yeah, so Meditite is quite the wild card. Because its natural attack is so low before its ability, then like when it has good attack, then the effect is amplified. So like the best Meditites with a plus attack nature just go in really hard. They can like one-hit Mirror Bees Ludicolo if they're in hyper mode. Can one-hit the Belden on the next fight, and one-hit the Shroomish in Relic Forest. But the worst Meditites are a pain to deal with.
The Dunsparce using Glare is just really slow. It's not really... It's better than like getting takedown and Meditite and stuff, but also Cotton Spore animation is just literally killing my soul right now. But we do want to actually keep Meditite using moves here. The real reason is this: we want Meditite to get hyper mode, so I want to maximize the amount of time I'm spending using Shadow Rush. I also generally don't want to deal with a paralyzed Espeon though either.
Fun fact about this fight is related to the catch rate discussion. There have been some routes that caught this Dunsparce because it has Glare, and then used Glare against one of the legendary dogs, Entei Suicune, to give that a reasonable chance to be caught, and then switched to running the Entei Suicune alongside Espeon. Unfortunately, even with the buff catch rates, and even if you paralyze the dog, it's still much too unlikely to get in the ball. Worth attempting, at least at this stage. Maybe in 5 years we'll be grinding for that perfect run that gets first ball Entei.
So that was a very optimal spot to get hyper mode on Meditite. I don't think Meditite one hits Cacnea without a critical, and Espeon kills it anyway. I did have to watch a growth animation, but I would rather get it there than have to wait for the next fight, for sure. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and heal here. I'm not going to save yet. I'm going to save after the next fight. I don't want it to repeat the next fight. But Mirror B can be a troll, and he's coming up after this fight, and there are circumstances where you can just lose the fight. It's very hard to just lose the fight, but there's no way for us to know if this is the run that dies to him. So I'm gonna take a quick safety save after this fight here.
Maybe it's probably the worst fight in the run. It's not that likely to kill you, but you can lose a lot of time. Espeon or Croconaw can die and lose experience. And it's so annoying the way he kills you, or the way that he wastes time. Because if he didn't have random AI, you could predict what he was going to do every turn, then it would be really easy to script the fight. And to have backups for if you get bad luck, but there's just so many forms of bad luck. Just hope to not get it.
So I have a strat that I do on this fight normally. I'm not doing it this fight because Espeon is not getting level 33, so I have no incentive to go for it. You can level Espeon up to 33 and then kill the low tab later on, and I killed the Swablu off immediately to avoid things like Sing. You can see right there that I actually got Sing Miss, so that's kind of what I try to avoid by fighting it, but you need level 33 to kill low tab, and if you don't get it, then it's not worth really doing the strat that I like to do. So this is another example where Shadow Rush for Meta-type will most likely kill this Lombre unless the attack's awful, but I'm just going to Confusion Lombre anyway, because I don't want it to give it a turn if I call it and then don't crit. It actually ends up being faster here because I crit Confusion on Lombre, so... Alright, so I'm going to take some time here to go heal. Not heal, but I might as well heal, but I'm just going to go save. This will be our last save for a while. We're not going to save again until around Venus. I may do a safety save before Mount Battle? I mean, there's one right there, but I don't think it's necessary, so... So I'm not sure where the most efficient place to menu here is, but you definitely don't want to menu where there's running water. It creates more lag, but for your viewing pleasure, I will menu inside Mirror B's room so you can hear the extended theme. So we're switching Croc back to the front here for this fight. My Croc is good enough to do this fight, and on top of that, any XP you get on Croc is going to be useful in the end. So we want to start leading Croc here. Mainly because the Ludicolo give loads of experience. Safety save before Dakeem. I'm not going to walk that far, Isaacin. I'm not going to spend 30 minutes safety saving for Dakeem, please. Alright, so he's leading 31, so this is actually really good. 31 and 28 is really trolly, but any variant where he leads the 31 is generally pretty good. We can kill the 31 immediately, and we can essentially just not have to risk getting Leech Seed.
Each Ludicolo kind of has its own unique way of trolling you. The 31 has Leech Seed, the 30 has Mega Drain, the 29 and the 28 have Astonish, but the 28 also has Razor Leaf. So you want to kind of leave the 29 for last, because all it can do is flinch you with low damage Astonishes.
But Leech Seed is definitely the huge time waster. Mega Drain obviously can do huge damage to Croc, and then Razor Leaf can do huge damage to Croc, but we're going to prioritize 31 and 30 and then go for the 28. I think we're speed tied with the 20, or the speed tied with the 30, so hopefully we beat him out and we don't flinch. That would be ideal. I crit the 30. Okay, so I don't need a crit now. Okay, I didn't flinch as well, so this is a really good fight so far. We got through the 30 now. So now we just gotta get through the 28, and then we're pretty much home free. The 29 control a little bit, but not nearly as much as the other two, or the other three. Though I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch. Because Mirabee can flinch both my Pokemon indefinitely if he feels like it. Here comes Razor Leaf. We really just don't want to see a critical. We can tank one more Razor Leaf. Hopefully we don't flinch, but it is possible that we can two-hit it with Espeon. But we really don't want to flinch here. We just want to get it out. Alright, so I got my first flinch. It's expected to probably get one of them, but that could be very costly. So I'm going to try to get the Shadow Rush in on the 29 now. So Confusion should kill the 28 with the roll that I got.
Yeah, 28 and 29 have Swift Swim, so they are faster there.
Too bad I didn't
Faster than
crit
both
that
Espeon
one.
and Croc.
That crit was a little late. So distributing the damage the way I'm doing here, it pretty much allows me to Shadow Rush the 29. I want to start Confusioning the Sudowoodo ASAP. But I also just flinched again, so I just kind of have to... I have to waste this whole entire turn killing the 29. So Sudowoodo deals a lot of damage. Sudowoodo is generally really weak, but I think due to its level differential and just our Pokemon being weak defensively. Are you kidding me? Oh boy. Well. So we're actually going to get Espeon's XP now, or XP back now, because I got trolled in the fight and I'm going to lose time here. But I do get to get Espeon's XP back by suiciding Croc into this 29. So that's kind of a blessing in disguise. I still would have much rather had a better Mirabee fight than this, but this is kind of it's gonna solve the XP problem I had earlier, so it's not nearly as big of a deal. I want to say this is not a standard Mirabee split, but the problem is, like, this can easily happen all the time, and this is what makes this part of the game really hard to run, and it can be generally very frustrating as a Colosseum runner to run this part of the game.
And I would say this is pretty close to an average Mirabee fight. It's always like that's last turn or second to last turn that you lose.
Well, I guess I don't get my freaking Espeon XP back. Oh my lord.
Wow, that's a tanky Sudowoodo.
Yeah, I know, right? That's what I thought.
Plus
Well,
special defense
we got
nature.
really unlucky in this fight and how the damage was distributed, but I guess it's as good as can be expected. This split was really bad, but as you can see, I could literally do nothing about any of it, so it's just, that's the Mirabee split in a nutshell. That was more than 20 minutes, just because of really bad RNG. Most of the time loss was to Metatite. The Mirabee fight was probably slightly below average towards the end.
So we get to do Metatite strats for the forest.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, I think Espeon's XP is still fine. I guess Sudowoodo gives quite a bit less than Ludicolo. I should be fine because I'm 34 for Carvana, so I think I'm about right. I definitely have enough to get the level I need for Lonia later on. So now we're finally towards what I would call the good part of the game. You might have to wait till after Scrub for it to be truly great, but we're finally past that hour and a half of random AI not knowing what's going to happen, and we can actually start routing more concretely. You'll see a lot of scripted fights from here on out, which is, from a speedrunning perspective, a lot nicer. Instead of having to pray that things go correctly.
You also get a nice boost with being able to purify Croconaut after the next few fights here. Evolve into for Alligator, you get your normal moves back, so you can surf stuff. You can bite for the flinches. You don't have to use Shadow Rush and keep hurting yourself. And then SBN will get Psybeam at the start of Mount Battle.
So actually, since we're doing meta-type strats, I might as well equip the experience share early, since Croc's not getting anything. So I can go ahead and do that. So we'll actually show some meta-type strats off. I'm pretty sure my attack's good enough to do them because I did one-hit KO Beldum without helping hand, so that does mean my attack is decent. I don't know the exact stats on it, but I can tell that it's alright from that result. So this is one of the few places in the game where I think movement actually matters quite a bit. There's a lot of like random, hard to see edges that you can get caught on while doing this split. So yeah, we have good attack. We're level 34, so we can go for the one-turn fight here. We'll have to re-menu to put Croc to the front in the last fight, but this is something we've recently started doing. There has been some speculation about places where you can use Metatite in the run. But this is one of the first places where if you have a good attack Metatite, you can one-hit the Carvana. Or not the Carvana, I mean the Spheal. Croconaut, even on 60 attack, generally will not one-hit it. I don't think it's a range even. It's not even a range, is it? At 68. Yeah, the Spheal.
By the way, I think you need like just average attack to guarantee it.
I was saying
I think
for
that Carvana
Croconaut.
could have lived there.
Yeah.
Oh,
I was,
I see.
yeah,
you,
I was saying this is one of the uses for Metatype because Croconaut cannot one-hit Spheal, but Metatype does have the ability to with good attack.
No, it can when it's failed, but you need like 66 or 67 or something. And it's a very unfavorable
It's a low range. All right.
Yeah, Espeon dying, Espeon's died twice does make it a little bit less happy. Exactly sure how much, but returns power is weakened, so
Yeah.
not sure if that Carvana was a range. I don't think the Ralt's coming up will be a range.
So we don't have the Twisted Spoon on, so we just want this Cacnea out ASAP, so we're going to have to double target it. Because I put the XP share on early, it's actually, I think it's at least decently likely to live. It did live, as we see here. I actually like this city too. It's really nice. I like the music. It's very peaceful. I kind of like how it's constructed. It has a huge contrast over pretty much every other city in the game, and I think it's really interesting. All right, so we're gonna switch back to Croconaut now. Mainly because we want Croc to get XP, and the next fight is very similar with Meditite and Croc. So there's not really a point in using Meditite longer. We also need Croconaw for Scrub, so we'll switch here. It's an extra menu, but it's really not that long.
And we want Croconaw to take some damage here, because we're going to want him to be in Torrent for Mount Battle. Torrent being when its health is 1/3 or less, then its water type moves get a boost. So the setup for that is always awkward when you don't have Hyper Mode, because you're not Shadow Rushing like this fight. You're using Surf instead, so you're not taking recoil damage.
So if I don't take Confusions from Baltoy or something to lower my health down, I will probably just, I'll hit Why Not a couple times. I'll hit Why Not once, really, and Why Not will set me low enough.
And if Croconaw dies on the next fight, it's fine. So we got the revive earlier.
I think it's because a lot of people are probably falling asleep to this Cerberus. It's 2:15 a.m. American time. So we lost the speed tie with Baltoy. I think it still dies, but it might be close.
It's a speed tie with Baltoy, right?
Yeah, I won the
Yeah,
first one, I
47.
lost the second one. Alright, so
Yeah.
it still died. I figured it, I thought it'd still die, but... So Croc is pretty much damageless, so most likely we're gonna have to hit Why Not or something, unless Hitmontop happens to target Croconaw. Hitmontop has triple kick as an option, and I don't know. Do you know how it calculates triple kick? Does it sum all three of them, or how does it choose the AI here, or who it targets here?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Because
I didn't know either.
like, it has a black belt on it.
Yeah.
You know, the Hitmontop has a black belt equipped, so it will do more with triple kick than Shadow Rush, which is why it sometimes targets Croc. But
I think with the spread of stats, it's still
Yeah, I'm
probably
not
going to
sure.
Shadow Rush Estrobion, but we'll see.
I put this in my notes earlier, just your stats, and assuming it calculates just max rolls for triple kick,
Are we going to get the God
then
Fight?
it wasn't shifted AI.
Are we getting the God Fight? I've never got this before. Oh, I got the God Fight. Sick. Well, not the God Fight. Quick attack needed to miss, but I got like half God Fight. Hitmontop crit Pikachu. Thought that was funny.
The quick attack can miss on this fight. I think the reason for that is that they want to make the fight not winnable, because they don't want to have to write code for what to do with cutscene. And but it's so unlikely that Pikachu gets to a stage where can actually kill Hitmontop. I don't know what happens, whether he's just like coded to miss, but he can miss randomly.
So after this fight, we start to get smarter AI. This is when it starts to become a little more predictable. So we're actually level 35 with 84 max IV special, so this Hitmontop can die depending on nature. It didn't die. It's unfavorable though. So it looks like it's triple kicking Croc, which is real good. He only hit once! And Croc went to hyper mode.
Oh no.
What? Thanks, game. Oh no, I can't damage Croc anymore. I guess I have to damage the Espeon later on. We'll figure it out. This is not a normal scrub fight.
I wonder if Espeon getting 35 switched to the AI.
I'm just thoroughly abused that I got hyper mode. Okay, we're gonna slowly work our way down. We'll probably have the confusion croc, which is a little dangerous, which means I'm probably just gonna save for the beginning of Mount Battle. If you crit confusion on your gator, it can often just die, so we're gonna save before I do that. Otherwise, this is a really good split. Can't complain about too much about it. Triple kick hitting once and Pikachu getting crit by Shadow Rush made this pretty fast.
Yeah, the glitch is very nice on this fight.
So that's a fake gold, but I lost my really good scrub split, but that was still a really decent scrub split nonetheless. You generally want sub 12 on that split. And you can, I think you can even get low 11s, but it takes a lot of luck. So this is another one of the examples in the game where you have the option to click yes or no, and pretty much the only benefit you get out of clicking yes here is, I guess, more backstory. I've never done it. For the speedrun, you just tell him no, that you don't want to hear any more about Celebi. Yeah, he just asks you if you want to hear more, and you actually have the option to tell him no this time. You don't have to listen to as much backstory, which is nice. So this is another one of those times where there's just a series of storyline progression I have to do before I go purify Crocodile. So we think that if you check the email too fast here, there's a possibility that it will not register you reading it at all. I think Exa had an example where he thought it happened to him, and I know I've had one where I've definitely felt like I pressed A into the email and then it had not registered as me had done so. So we have no idea exactly what's going on there if you try to menu that quickly.
We've seen enough things like that in this game. It's pretty safely say that it wasn't programmed that cleanly. You know, with the two glitches that are used and stuff like that.
So we finally purified Crocodile here after, an hour and a half, and this is why we need purifiable natures. We just need crocodiles that purify in this amount of time. There's no real way around that. So I got about 700 more XP than I got in my practice run earlier. Not that much more, but still enough to get partially through the way to 34. And because Croc actually evolves at level 30, it just immediately evolves upon purification. Even if you had gotten 0 XP, if you purified it with a time flute. You might have to get level 31 for it to evolve, but. So because the instant text happens in battle, like we were saying earlier, we just don't nickname for alligator. There's not really many speedruns where you don't nickname the Pokemon, so this is one of the interesting ones where you don't have to nickname either of them. You don't have the option to nickname Espeon, but we choose to not nickname any of them. So I'm going to trap Rui there because I do that every run. But you can kind of mess with Rui's pathing and she gets in your way a lot.
Just don't get rid of her before you take the disc in the under.
Should I just show that off? It's hilarious.
You should. It's not a real run anyway.
This isn't a real run, so I'll actually show you guys. It's actually really funny.
So annoying. It happened to me.
It's happened to me once too. I know it's happened to Smileys, but I'll force it to happen so I can show you guys what happens. I'll do it once. So yeah, I'm saving here. My Croc has very little damage on it, so I have to take aggressive measures to knock its health down. Because we want Torrent for this split. Is this an online game? You can actually run this game on Dolphin, which is an emulator. You can look it up if you'd like. But that's really the only way. I'm running this on a Wii right now, so. So we almost got 35, which is really nice. We might need multiple confusions, shit. Yeah, so that dealt... Oh, we need one more confusion? I don't even think Return will get it. What was I at? 86? I did 38. No, I probably want to Return, but it's really awkward. I don't want to do another 38. 38's a little low, isn't it?
Well, you got the sure pinch range at least.
Yeah, I think Return will kill it. I think Return's enough here, but if it's not, it's gonna be really awkward. My attack's pretty good, but
it'll be enough.
Alright, good. 26 is perfect. We're good.
Yeah.
I guess we got a good roll. So we had to waste some time there, but it's going to pay off in dividends later on in the split. There's a lot of ranges on the split, and because of Surf's split damage, you want to be killing both things and not just one or missing the other. For example, if like I missed that Trapinch range, I'm pretty sure you can use stuff like Magnitude, which takes an eternity. What if you critical for Alligator? I've done it before, and it's died, and I've reset. But that's why I saved before I did it in the marathon. In a run, I would have just done that without saving, and if I had crit and killed it, I would have just reset. So that's one of the dangers of just not being in hyper mode.
Here you have your revive still, right?
Yeah.
So
but like you said, you do still have your revive. If you kill it, you can revive it and reset up Torrent the next fight, but it's obviously going to be much slower. But the run is not dead.
Yeah, before some recent route improvements, you would frequently die to the scrub fight and use the revive so that you're at 50 or so health, and then return once into Torrent. And then, of course, if you critical, that can sometimes kill, and then yeah, it's a lot of time loss. Now we don't die as often on scrub, so you have that revive.
So we're learning
But then,
Sniper. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
So yeah, side beam gets taught over confusion here, even though there's still a lot of Pokemon left that would die to confusion because, well, number one, we don't really need side beam PP. It's got 20, that's enough for everything in the next, and everything until we get Psychic. But also, you can't switch your moves in battle in this game. If you want to switch your moves, you actually have to manually go to the Pokemon menu, check your Pokemon stats, and then scroll over to your moves, press A to swap them. So runners used to swap Surf to slot 1, since you're using Surf way more than Rain Dance. But it takes like 5 seconds to do that, so as long as you're good with your inputs, it's just faster to not swap. And in the case of Espeon, it's just faster to get rid of confusion, even though there's some use for it. And you don't have use for Reflect, because then you can have your main move in slot 1. And later in the run, we're going to learn Psychic over Psybeam. Psychic is a bit short on PP, both because it's nice to have in slot 1 and because Psychic has a faster animation than Psybeam.
And Psychic becomes necessary to start hitting ranges. Or killing stuff in general. For this particular run, we're not going to be using Psybeam as long as we normally would, just because I have a weird niche hidden power of Psychic 70, so I'm going to be using that to make some more consistent ranges on the Venus and the Ein split.
I'll probably talk more about hidden power later, but there's a lot of routing a lot of different possibilities with hidden power because you can get it on Espeon or on Gator or on both. And as a result, you can skip teaching moves that you would normally teach, like Blizzard. Or in this case, getting rid of Psybeam.
I think one of the biggest hidden powers that we always really like to see is there's a big four on Espeon, which is fire, electric, grass, and ice. And those four hidden powers save a considerable amount of time just because of it covers a lot of things, or has a lot of coverage that you don't normally have in the run. Gator has a similar pool, and I think Gator's a little bit more limited. It's kind of like fighting, bug, and flying, but it can use high power ice as well. But each of the Pokemon have hidden powers that provide them with coverage that we desperately want. The route can get around this pretty well by X-specialing Espeon, and the fact that Espeon is just so strong, it can a lot of times overcome even resistances by the sheer power of its special attack. So they're not necessary to run the game, but they can save minutes here and there if you get the right ones.
The main thing is there are a lot of dark types in the run that are just immune to Psychic, and Espeon's attack is not enough to do much damage with return, and for Alligator just isn't that useful against things it doesn't have a super effective move against. So yeah, it's kind of in an awkward spot against those dark types without hidden power. And there's like grass dark, so then fire and ice are really good, and there's water dark, so electric and grass. And then there's Tyranitar, the very last Pokemon in the run. Could be a huge pain. Just anything that hits him is very nice.
This is the trolliest fight of the entire split. She can lead the leap, and the leap is very rangy. Of course, in the marathon, I get Trebinge Barboach, and I never get this in attempts. But getting this lead means I'm not at risk of getting Sandstorm from a leap, and Sandstorm wasted a considerable amount of time. But the further we get into the game, we haven't really talked too much about this, but fights like Scrub and Mirror B, they don't always lead the same two Pokemon. And different leads will result in different fight strategies, and essentially the speed at which we can complete the fights will sometimes be affected just by the leads. I think the biggest example of speed of finishing a fight that we'll come up on is I'll get to Dakeem, and there's a possibility that he can lead Marshtomp. Him leading Marshtomp is a fair amount slower than if he leads Metang with Cameruptor Golem instead. But we'll talk about.
I don't think there's a community. I don't think anyone's come up with a good Marshtomp fight yet.
I have your 20 special attack variant listed. Does that work correctly? I can use it on the skater.
If you have keep a hyper potion. I mean,
yeah,
you won't have to heal Espeon before the fight, so.
I probably have to heal it anyway because I'm quiet, so I don't want to risk the Entei killing me.
Right.
Yeah. So I have a quiet Espeon, and it doesn't really matter in that many situations, but one of those places that it really does matter is Entei. And since Entei is a shadow Pokemon, it has variable IVs. And once again, we can find, I would say, probably slightly less than half the Enteis are faster than my current Espeon. So I am favored to be faster than it, but it's nothing that I can play for blindly. It's not like if I was 14 speed neutral, it would be correct for me to assume that it's not faster, but in this particular case, I can't. So this can also be a scary fight. We have no real way of one-hitting the Spinda, and we don't want to leave Cacnea alive. So we spend this turn biting Spinda. We really want to see a flinch because our health is fine for Torrent for the rest of the split, but Spinda will use Psybeam, and if you get like too low of a health or something, crit Psybeam could be a threat to your run. I've only had crit Psybeam once and I've lived, but it is definitely something that's relevant. It's also scary because if Spinda confuses you with Psybeam, there's no real... The safest way is, you know, full healing Gator and losing a turn. So, but that's one of the few variable things in this split. We're also coming up on another trainer where he can choose to lead Vibrava or not lead Vibrava, and whether he leads Vibrava or not can cost us a turn. Surf never kills Vibrava, so we really want to see Vibrava come out this next fight. It's not that much slower to not get it, but it is still just the variable time loss that we encounter on this split.
And an interesting technical note on the combo RNG is that there seem to be different types of RNG in this game. RNG that determines things like whether you critical or how much damage you do with your moves, whether a side effect triggers. That seems to move very quickly and can't be manipulated, but for some reason the combo RNG just moves very slowly, right? Like it only moves when you do certain things. So like you can just be walking around at Mount Battle and like this guy is already locked into this combo and you've got to like check one of your shadow Pokemons to trigger the RNG that causes the shadow animation if you want to like test out another combo when running on the emulator. So ever since I figured that out, I was like, I wonder if somebody could look in and see if we could manipulate combos, because that would make this run even more consistent than the new glitch makes it, to just never get the Marsh Tom variant on that team coming up, to always get the Vibrava lead on this fight.
As you can see, I did not get the Vibrava lead, so I lose a few seconds automatically. And especially with Gators like the one I have, are fairly likely to kill the Sand Slash without the helping hand, so you want Sand Slash coming out third and not coming out at the start.
And the use of helping hand, there's another example of where you just don't have enough money to X special, but you could glitch X special Gator, and that would be faster than using helping hand by about 2 seconds.
But we definitely make better use of the specials, and the route's just already so tight that there's spots that save more time than that. So we're coming up on the next big fight. We have one more fight after this one, but Dakeem 1 is fairly tame in comparison. Well, he used to be fairly tame in comparison to Dakeem 2, but Dakeem 2 is a little baby now, so... but this guy, he's not too difficult. The only real terrible RNG is Marsh Tomp first, or if you get like Earthquake critical by the Tang, but you'll see it coming up. A lot of these runs...
Yes. This SBN might be good enough to tank an Earthquake crit.
I think that's...
Depending on ranges.
But even though we can predict like a lot of these set fights that I've been talking about with the smart AI, we still kind of play assuming we're not going to get critical. So there are times where fights can go south if we get critical hit, but a lot of times they're salvageable. But anytime something goes wrong in Colosseum, you almost lose an entire minute. That's just the nature of the game, with how many animations and stuff that you have to endure because you lost a turn.
But compared to like Sapphire, Emerald,
Yeah, at least your run doesn't die, right?
red, like you don't risk nearly as many criticals. Like it does cost a lot of time when you do, but like there are some fights where you can just route it to never take damage, and you'll see after Mount Battle here, we're gonna get a move for both Espeon and Croc that allows that consistency.
Forgot about that. It'll be interesting to talk about that because there's not many games, or you wouldn't think you'd need this for a speed run. Why would you want to be doing that? You know.
When I first decided I wanted to route this game, I just like brute force. We don't need finesse, and I learned very quickly that
Finesse is so necessary.
thinking man's game.
So that Sand Slash is also a range, but this Sand Slash is considerably harder to get. You can see that I barely missed it. I really want to get like a 53 SPA quiet with really high speed just to get to run something like that. I feel like it'd be so cool. Alright, so we no longer live. Dakeem, we can't one-hit the pokes, so we have to heal here. Torrent is cut off here, and we're going to start this big fight. Sometimes you can skip this ether, and it's very likely I could have skipped it, but I'm electing to just ether here because I'm going to grab all the PP items, but that's just for marathon safety. I think in the normal route we're pretty much routing out at least one of the items that I'm going to grab. It's very risky to skip the ethers that we get early because sometimes the game just forces you to ether before this fight. So I got Metang Golem. I think Metang Golem is the most common combo that the Dakeem chooses, at least from my personal experience.
Should be 1 and 3, but yeah, I do see that one more.
I see that one all the time. I saw a camera up for the first time ever 2 days ago. Only took like probably 30 runs up to this point to see camera. So you'll see how the AI works on this fight. It favors protecting and earthquaking, and it'll split. It'll keep changing. So this next turn, Golem will be wanting to earthquake, and Metang will protect because the opposite happened the previous turn. Dakeem, when given the option, does not want to hurt his own pokes. He does seem to forego this if he can hurt his own Pokemon and kill one of yours. But we can't really abuse that in any way because the AI will know if you heal or not, so it'll change moves if you heal. If it was going to kill it. It's interesting because the AI checks some things before it even uses its move. So even if you're 20 HP and you heal to full, the AI is like, oh, you healed to full, I'm going to change my action. We actually saw recently when we were trying to do some routing that it seems that some AIs will actually check your moveset before you even use moves. We had some problems with a fight knowing we had Earthquake, and it would just change how the AI reacted completely. But
yeah, it would refuse to use Dig because it knew we had Earthquake and that hits for double damage while it's underground. I was not happy to see that.
But essentially, with this kind of knowledge, Pokemon games in the past have been known to do that. Cheat in the past, so I really want to go for this, but I shouldn't. Super, I guess. Yeah. I probably should have full healed. Oh god. I guess I should have went for it. I hate this game, dude. I can't tell you how much I hate this game right now.
Chris,
Yep. I just got punished for not risking it.
every time, man.
That's unavoidable. It's correct to heal there, especially in a marathon setting. In a run, I would have went for it, but I just got completely punished for it. So Espeon's XP is going to be shattered, and that means I'm just going to have to rare candy later. I'm just going to rare candy later on. It is what it is. This is unavoidable. On the bright side, Gator will get some extra XP, which can help out.
Or did you just split it with Meditate?
Well, the XP share is not on, so Gator's getting considerably more.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, because you saw that. So is that level 37 then?
Yeah, 37 for Venus, looks like. Not like it mattered. The special defense on this crocodile is buff %.
Yeah. Well, now you might tank like a crit EQ.
This is unfortunate.
Yeah, that experience loss is unfortunate. There's a Sneasel coming up in about 25 minutes.
Yeah.
That it's a shadow Pokemon. It has random speed, and you normally rare candy to level 46 before it, but now we're not going to be able to do that.
I'm not about to be able to rare candy till after.
Yeah, so that Sneasel's almost certainly going to outspeed this Espeon because it's already a minus speed nature, and being a lower level, we risk dying to that Sneasel. So it's probably just going to be a slower fight, and there are a few ranges on the fights before that. Always comes down to experience when you die in this game. You're able to continue the run, but it just kind of stays with you.
Yeah.
Gotta really be on your toes to make sure you don't continue to lose time.
You have to start adjusting when this kind of things happen, and I'll just delay my rare candies. It makes a couple fights harder. With this special, I can still probably, and the hidden power, I can still safely go for the Lonia strat that we have now, but generally I wouldn't be able to unless I had rare candied. But I think this level and this IV with hidden power, side of 70, should be able to still do it, so that is helpful.
Yeah, there are 4 shadow Pokemon in the run that can outspeed Espeon, and it depends on how good your speed is and how good their speed is. We've seen a few interactions with that already. With the Furret on the first fight after Croconaw and the Yanma that you criticaled, so if you'd outsped that Yanma, you would have saved some time. And then the Entei having to heal because of the chance that you just get outsped. And now the Sneasel is gonna outspeed us.
Yeah, you can definitely
Because of
argue
dying to the Entei.
that Quiet may not be a good choice, but there are every type of Espeon can present its own problems.
Yeah, I would still rather take Quiet than Mild because
Yeah.
that minus defense just, it's like at the end of the run when things.
My luck with Rash
Yes.
was pretty much non-existent, so here we are. Alright, so this is one of the first trainers that it's very easy to accidentally hit them. You need to stay on the edge, and I'm going to take it extra safe because I don't want to hit this, because that's embarrassing. So, her vision is actually absurdly long. And if you even go slightly off the wall, she can see you. I've hit her in one run.
I mean, it's possible that they tried to make it so that she is required, but they just were lazy, so you could go around her.
So I'm going to cut 2 hypers, and I'm going to cut a revive. This is to afford the hidden power. I can do this mainly because I already have I still have a revive, and we need to make money from our regular shopping route to get this hidden power. Wait, did I do this wrong? Rip. Well. Here you go, guys. I made one mistake. Should have bought one less full heal. There, we sold a paralyzed heal. You all happy? Or I sold an antidote. So I did my shopping slightly wrong there. I was 40 polka dollars short.
Pokemon Colosseum bingo. End with $0.
So I actually have never taken this hotel heal. Is it the bed on the bottom floor, or is it the old guy right here in front of me?
The guy right next to the entrance.
Okay. Guy right next to the entrance.
Well, wait, you need $1,000 for it, so.
Oh, never mind. I guess I'll just use a revive on Espeon. I didn't actually know it cost money. The more I know.
But yeah, you ethered Surf, so you're fine there.
Well, I was my Espeon's dead is why I was asking.
So, yeah, so as long as you can revive and hyper, you'll be okay.
Yeah.
You can just like shop later.
Yeah, it's fine. We're
Get
good.
the hypers, whatever. In the grand scheme of thing, like these little time losses, like dying to Dakim and dying to Mirabee, I mean, they're not that bad compared to what can happen. Like, I've had so many PBs with time losses like that.
It's so hard to get a run without one. It's just between. I'm pretty sure you're probably favored to get one bad critical per run, like easily. So
yeah,
it's just really hard to get a run that doesn't get any of that. And then on top of that, the random AI as well in the early game. In hindsight, I probably should have menued and taught my moves before saving for Venus, but well, it'll be fine. We're not gonna die.
as long as you remember to teach your moves before me.
I've done that one before. I've not taught my moves before Venus. It's not good. You don't win. You don't win. I promise. There's some things you can forget in this game, but one of the things that you can't forget is teaching your moves before Venus.
Or switching plus slot 1 for the end.
Yeah, if I forgot that, I would be sad. Just switch to Metatite and then send Bustle in and then try to get the same fight. Pray it does the next attack. So, we're doing there's a lot of storyline here, and most of the split there's actually only one fight in this entire split, and honestly, this is one of the most trolly fights in the game. Depending on what spread you get, it can be really slow, and then the one relatively fast spread in Delcatty Steelix, you don't get that frequently, and number 2, Steelix can make it slow, so there's no guarantee that it ends up being any faster than the other 2, but you'll see.
It's usually a consistent fight.
Yeah.
It's just there's a lot of things you have to be aware of when the AI shifts, or when the Steelix criticals, or uses gets a high roll on Gator. I've spent days routing this fight, and I still don't feel entirely confident with everything that can happen. Then most of the time it goes out without a hitch, but because Venus has a pretty heavy level advantage over you, you can't just improv this fight and expect things to go well. It really needs to be scripted, and thanks to her AI being consistent, it is scripted. So, what do we get?
So we're teaching all our moves here. We're going to give Espeon the Hidden Power Sidekick. This will help a lot of ranges. You give Fraligator Blizzard, which is honestly the move I hate the most, and have considered making a Twitch emote. Preaching my disdain for it. But I think the biggest problem with this game is the fact that we're using a 70 accuracy move where we can immediately die, but I mean, you guys all saw Fire Red earlier, so what's different, right? Alright, so we taught all our moves, and now we're going to go into this fight. Everything's at full health. Everything's squared away here.
And this is where you'll see the value of Protect, which is going to be our most valuable move the rest of the run.
So we got Delcatty-Banette, which I think is the slowest combo.
Biofilm?
Delcatty-Banette.
Yeah, Banette.
Yeah, so I guess this is the slowest one.
Depends on what Steelix does.
Yeah.
So yeah, in this combo, it's always attract, or with these stats anyway, it's always attract onto Espeon and then Shadow Ball onto Espeon, because Shadow Ball just one hits. Very nice to have Protect, but even with Protect, like, Venus's level advantage just makes it so you have to go slow and switch out here.
So Shadow Ball will one hit. No, I'm pretty sure no matter what your stat line is, Banette's Shadow Ball just wrecks you.
Yeah, I
really
think you
hard to
need
deal with.
like level 43 and plus defense nature. And Espeon is not so good at tanking the
So the hero,
super effective physical moves.
the hero of this run is already taking one for the team. You'll see Plusle again, I promise. He's very integral to the route now, and he adds a lot of consistency that we didn't used to have. Alright, so we're going to delay another turn here. We still can't deal with both of the Pokemon, so we have to, we just have to wait it out. Our first roll on Banette was pretty bad, but I think it's okay. Alright, it's definitely dead. We're good. Alright. And luckily Croc is faster than both of them, which is really nice. So now we need to start setting up Espeon. We need to set up Espeon to help out with Suicune, and we also need to kill Vileplume in one shot, so that's what we're going to do here. So we essentially just delay with Espeon and switching out here, so we can just kind of split the damage on these two. Both of these guys are huge threats to Espeon, so it's really difficult to go fast on this fight because we can't just kill one and hope it'll go fine, because then the other one will start hurting us. Essentially.
And one thing I like about this game is there are a lot of fights where you can get confused or attracted, and because the AI is predictable, you're always able to work it out so that you don't have to try to fight through being attracted or confused. I mean, there are ways to do this fight where you fight through being attracted, but they're not that much faster, and it's very punishing if you miss, so you just don't have to worry about it.
So we actually want Steelix to Earthquake here. It's actually very helpful with Suicune if Steelix goes for Earthquake. It deals damage to our pokes, but we get a free heal after this fight, so we don't care. Taunt is slow. So we actually got Earthquake, so this fight could actually be really fast. We just don't want to see a critical on Espeon. Right, we didn't get a critical on Espeon. I'm pretty sure we're not at the Shadow Rush either. It might be close though. Well, I crit Suicune anyway, alright, so we're good.
Nice.
Suicune dies, Steelix dies, and this is actually a really clean Venus fight. This is about as good as you can expect from this specific spread. So the fact that Suicune didn't even get to use a move it's very rare for that to happen. So we were actually only a few seconds off of gold for me, even with that bad spread. So that was a very respectable split, even with the bad AI and the save. Now we're chasing Venus. This is one of those like weird video game plot lines that I just think they're forced, but you know, I guess someone has to write them. We chase Venus down here. Venus drops her key after dangling in front of our faces, and it's always seemed very cheesy to me. Jigglypuff Teddiursa. So this is like, a lot of the trainers start having different Pokemon that they send out first now. So I have to like refer to a bunch of notes. It's really hard to memorize this route, and I don't think it'd be practical for anyone to attempt to memorize it.
Yeah, generally I try to memorize so that I don't have to look at notes and I can focus on my execution, but with this game, I've never gotten to that stage. Like some of the major fights, even like Venus, and it's just way more efficient to be looking at your notes.
I think it's faster to look at your notes and then, you know, deciding what you're gonna do, so. Special defense harshly fell. So this is, that Surf Roll on Gligar wasn't the best, but because we have Hidden Power 70 and really good special, we're pretty safe here. We also got a decent roll on Jigglypuff, so Jigglypuff will also die, so not like it's that relevant. We're still going to get a Surf animation on the Shroomish. But Gligar didn't get any moves. So.
0 damage on this fight's really nice.
Yeah. So 0 damage on this fight pretty much means we probably won't have to heal for the split unless I get trolled by Sneasel, which is still fairly likely. Also, for anyone coming in late, I have Hidden Power Psychic 70, so it's pretty much replacing, Psybeam right now. It's not obvious from a first glance, because I can't put it on my stream right now, but because we have a 70 power Psychic move, it's actually better than Psybeam, and it's more beneficial for us to use it to make ranges better. Especially since the animation is the same speed. I started with a set one, Delaney. It's really hard to expect to not start with a set Espeon in this game. Alright, so we're actually, we don't, like, this fight we really don't want to crit Kirlia. So this is one of the interesting things I find about Colosseum and how we route these fights is a lot of fights assume that we don't crit, and some criticals that we get don't necessarily save time. This is one of those fights where if I crit Kirlia, Stantler comes out a turn earlier than I need it to. And that's very devastating because Stantler will take down Espeon, and it does more than half your HP bar most of the time. So, as you can see here, we actually just, I'm supposed to surf. Oh god. What have I done? Oh well. So I'm supposed to surf there. I totally forgot to. But generally what we would do is we essentially make this fight so that we surf Stantler on the way in, and the damage that we get onto Stantler on the way in helps us with a range.
Could still do it because of HP Psychic.
Yeah, I
It
can
wouldn't
still do
be-
it. I'm gonna go for it because I didn't take any damage in the last fight.
Well, he's gonna kill himself with takedown.
Yeah.
But then
Might
he'll have
as
to
well.
heal.
I can hit the range. I don't even know if there's a range, but it might be. I don't know if 10 power. Well, 10 power is not the equivalent of a gate or surf, but I mean, Espeon is just so much more powerful through this section of the game. So Stantler actually died from full, so that's actually faster than surfing. That's I don't know what that range is, but that actually saved quite a bit of time. We would normally have to watch Surf hit Curlia and Stantler, but just that saves an animation. And you can see we normally want to be 43 after that fight, and you can see that we're just a bar short, and that's essentially just an Entei's worth of XP short. It's just a result of us getting that Fire Blast critical that ruined our XP curve.
So probably gonna miss some ranges on this fight.
I'm still gonna go for the same routed fight. I've seen Psybeam kill before, so I might as well.
Yeah, you're actually getting a lot of value out of Hidden Power.
Yeah.
Psychic.
So we're gonna go for the normal
Because of
fight, but
Dante.
we're normally 46 for this fight, not 42. So I crit the Dunsparce. That got rid of one range. I think Dunsparce's actually harder than Octillery. Masquerade is difficult though.
I mean, you could just surf instead of X special.
I think it'll
Sure,
work.
it goes down.
It's just, yeah. That might be worth it. I don't know. It's really close. I'm just gonna see the ranges. I think I'll get close to 43 from the Octillery, and it might be alright. Oh. Rip. So if we miss the range on the Masquerade, the Pilot Slime won't die. It'll lose us a turn. I can just protect and then proceed as normal. It's a bummer that happened, but I thought I was gonna get that level. I crit Masquerade too. Lol.
Easy.
Who cares? Who needs experience when you can just crit everything with the range? So that worked out way better than
He
expected.
could have surfed there instead of X special and Gator, but that would have lost about 7 seconds to animations.
Yeah. And so I got
That's,
a huge payoff for it.
Yeah, that's one of the places where it is worth it to X special, even if it's just for animation, because it's so much time.
I never expected Hidden Power Psychic 70 to get so much value. I'll have to check the range for it on Stantler, because if I can just get away with using Bite instead of Surf, that would be pretty
No,
neat.
you can't. You can't.
It's just a bad
I
range.
mean, like, it'll kill itself with takedown, but then you have to heal, so it ends up being more skewed versus the crit.
This is the moment where this XP is really going to... I'm actually still faster than Sneasel. I'm going to speed tighter faster, so that's a miracle.
Wow,
Oh.
that's crazy. That's one slow Sneasel.
That was a really slow Sneasel, but this is where me being a low level and being quiet generally should have mattered. It's not going to matter though.
Actually, gonna look that up. That's
So So I got Screech here, but we're just gonna protect next turn because we're just gonna delay and get some surf damage on this Sneasel here. We need Loudred to die. So how we're gonna do this is Loudred is going to it wants to confuse Espeon. But we also want to get Sneasel out of there. So you can see Swagger going on to Espeon there. We're protecting to play around that. And since I'm faster than the Sneasel, miraculously, we can return the Sneasel now and we can just take no damage. If we choose to kill Loudred there, Cursola's going to come in and we're also going to take like an 80 damage Shadow Rush from Sneasel, so it's better to just kind of slow it down there and slowly work. What is this critical hit rate, dude? I've crit like 6 times since Venus. I also crit Suicune. So this is an insane amount of crit. So this has been a really clean split so far, but we're not really to the hard part yet, in my opinion. These fights can go worse or better than other times, but it's really the next part of the split that's more difficult. So we're actually not even getting 44 before this fight, so I have to get 44 from the Voltorbs, which that's happened to me before.
So that, you gotta make sure you still get 53 for Starmie. So
this is what I mean
have to
by
keep on EXP share a bit longer.
I normally keep it till like Iron anyway, so I'll just wait till Iron.
Yeah. Yeah, it stays with you, man, when you die to dumb stuff like Fire Blast Critical.
It's very interesting, but if you miss Spoink's XP and then choose to not XP share early, you're 8 XP short of 43 at the right time. That happened to me in a run the other day. Because I thought just losing Spoink was okay, but it is definitely not okay. You'll also miss a lot of other level ranges that you would want from Spoink. So this is, I think, is what Colosseum's often known for, is its dramatic explosions and cutscenes. The enemy in this game I think they go extremely overboard, as you can tell, like blowing out the floor. It's kind of comedic at times. It's not nearly as comedic as like Sun and Moon's Team Skull, but I'm really curious if Nintendo made these outrageous explosions because they thought it was cool, or if they thought it was just kind of an over-dramatization. Whenever I play games like this as a speedrunner all the time, I often think about what were the game developers thinking when they were, creating the storyline and the cutscenes. So you'd think maybe taking the elevator is faster, but it's not. Either direction you take, up the stairs or up the elevator, are just both really slow. This is a faster way out. We're just going to head straight over to Ein's lab here. So it's actually faster to leave this way. Otherwise, if there wasn't an exit here, we would have to go up the elevator, and then we would have to go all the way out of the town. So It's very convenient that this exists. I actually probably could have saved there. I might have saved there on the way out. So I think normally we're going to try to route out these elixirs, but for the marathon I'm just going to have a surplus of healing items anyway. So we've been working on a reroute of this section. We've been trying for torrent through this lab, which can help speed up. I think it saves about 15 seconds if it goes well. It's very finicky though, and due to my low HP pool and the fact that you have to keep your HP in a very fine area, it's really difficult to try to execute in a marathon. And it's just not safe enough.
Unless you get crit by Voltorb, then.
Unless I get crit by Voltorb, then we're doing it. I have the pace pen. Oh, I got paralyzed. Please hit through. Oh, whatever. Just waste the turn. But... Alright. So I'm just going to use my last paralyze heal. I don't know how often I say that, but... So we used to protect here because it was just faster, so we're losing a little bit of time here, but... I'll explain why we take this damage later, because we were going to save a huge amount of time later on. Because I decided to take this damage. It's like the coolest part of the new reroute that we've done that I like. It's incredible, the fight, how the fight later on changes because we just take a little bit of damage early on in lab. But I'll keep it as a surprise because I just think it's really neat.
Yeah, the new X item glitch and just a better community effort routing has made the late game so after this lab, the fights in Railgun Tower are a lot more consistent.
I have not seen a shiny in a speedrun of Colosseum. I do think it's possible for Shadow Pokemon to be shiny. But I'm not sure exactly how the mechanics work. I think they're weirder in this game compared to others. Alright, so I need to rare candy, so we're gonna do that now.
Well, Alan, it's mostly consistency. Like, the fastest fights that we get on, like, Dalkeem 2 and then the later fights they're not that much faster than the perfect fights that we got with the old route. Just, they're, like, 100% or nearly 100% to work. Like, the flat time save might be 20-30 seconds, but, like, just how often were Colosseum runs getting, you know, perfect late games in the past? Never. But I think both of my PBs, aside from some silly mistakes that I've made, have had clean late games.
So I feel a lot more at ease finding... Oh, I hate this combo.
Remoraid?
Yeah.
Just crit.
Just crit. I've been psychicking it. Like, I've just been leaving Apom alive. Oh, let's just surf. We're fine, right? Let's just crit our surf. I think I'm reading the wrong thing. No, I'm just fighting him. Whatever. Rimmer's just gonna use flamethrower.
Have you seen not Rain Dance?
Yeah, I've seen Flamethrower turn 1.
No, I've seen that from the Furret, not the
Oh,
Grim Raid. It's weird.
I used the wrong move, but whatever. Will Furret die to Surf? Probably not. I got messed up because I was reading the part of the notes that assumed you were in Torrent, not the ones that were assuming you were not. What does Rain Dance Surf even do? Oh, look at the cast form, dude! How often do you get to see that?
The worst part is the cast form, no?
Oh my god, that cast form's a tank. That Rim Raid also does not die. Rim Raid also uses Surf. Okay, I should have just killed Furret. I don't know what Furret's moveset is. This is a really slow fight. This is my fault. I'm taking full ownership of this one. So the game could have been friendly and just not given me Rim Raid.
So close to Torrent.
So close.
They actually could, like, well...
I could consider, like, returning myself and I'd probably be in good range, but...
Yeah, but you don't have a turn to do it on this fight,
No.
so, I don't know. Just hope that you don't get unlucky on the Magneton fights with bad speed.
Yeah. Well, if we die too many times, we have the option of just stopping by the Herb Mart, so it'll be alright. It's a little slower to do that, but when you have bad speed, I think the nicest part about having this lab torrent strat is we kind of have a method to make slower Espeons fast or not as risky. So.
Yeah, Magnemite, Electrode combo, it doesn't matter what your speed is.
Yeah, it wouldn't have mattered, I guess. So this is a Magneton this guy has. We can't one-hit it with Psychic. It is a range to die to Torrent Surf. That's kind of like what the reroute of Torrent Lab would do if you have bad speed. It also just in general make this combo better for any speed. So, but
Oh, is that a Magneton lead?
No, that was Magnemite lead, and of course I failed.
Magnemite, yeah, okay.
I'm never lucky with this. I've never been lucky. I think for a while when I first started running this game, Exa commented on the fact that he had just never seen me not die on Ein. But lo and behold, our friend Magneton decided to miss, so we're in there. So it's actually very interesting. You're actually favored to not die on this fight, even with bad speed. Protect is 50% to work, and then Magneton is 30% to miss. So, you know, you're actually slightly favored to just never die if you go for Protect the second time. And so it's really not as bad as it could be. It's better than a 50-50, so... So that actually saved us quite a bit of time. I don't have to spend time reviving Gator. I almost like ran right into that scientist. Classic. So we have to make this detour just to go get this key, and then we have to go to this other door, and... We're just making our way through this maze. I think I remember one of the hardest parts for me when I started running this game was just trying to remember where to go on this split. I think it's very easy to get lost if you don't watch a run.
Yeah, everything looks the same. It's not the best designed dungeon.
So this is our first use of the terrible move. We're gonna have to go for a blizzard here. So we're 70% to hit either one. We really want to hit Murkrow. Murkrow is the most important here for us to hit this blizzard on. We want Murkrow to take damage on the way in because Murkrow is a dark type. We have no way of killing it with Espeon on one hit. So this X special allows us to kill Nuzleaf, and it's actually, I think it's a range to kill Murkrow on good specials. But Murkrow is a shadow Pokemon, so it can vary. But it does sometimes die. So I'll be happy if we just hit Murkrow. Obviously, you're literally 50% to hit one of them, which is why I hate the move in general. We're using a move that's 49% to to hit one or to hit both Pokemon, and we've routed to hopefully hit both. So we got the important one here. It's gonna waste a little bit of time watching Nuzleaf use moves, but we at least
Oh wow, you got Murkrow.
do I have does Bite work? I'm gonna hope Bite works. I don't want to use Blizzard again. Yeah, Bite should work.
I've tried to route out Blizzard on this fight, but it's just too good when it works.
Yeah, you just have to hit Murkrow. There's just no real good way to not waste a turn if you're not hitting Murkrow on the way in. Gator's always pretty much always slower. I'm assuming with an outrageously fast Gator you can maybe outspeed it, but I don't. That's never something that I don't think most people have seen. I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
I've seen Croc outspeed Mantine twice, but I've never seen Murkrow outspeed. So this is we're a little damaged on Espeon, so we're gonna just heal up. It's very simple. We want to save our ether for after this fight. I think we might have been able to get value here, but
Well, if they use an X accuracy, then we would have time to set up the X special.
yeah.
And the X special is necessary to kill the Nuzleaf with the split damage Blizzard. Plus, you don't have the money for an X act. It's quite an expensive X item.
Well, we'd have to cut 3x specials for it. That would never happen. So recently, I think most of the notes I read said the Psychic does do that, but I think recently some of the notes have changed to actually return it. I don't know if that's a recent discovery or not, but
It just depends on your attack and how many times you've died.
that Fortress is a tank. So this is a good example of me kind of showing, this is kind of where HP, Hidden Power Fire would be good. We thought about coverage, but in terms of this Fortress, it's just, it's super tanky. Obviously Return's not going to do anything. I hate this game. And then Surf does very marginal damage because it's split XP, and, or it's split damage, and it doesn't do much to Fortress.
Wow. Got the crit range.
Well, I'm just getting bullied right now. Inte, Fortress.
That's crazy unlucky because if you had a Torrent, then that could have actually been a 2-turn fight where you took no damage.
Well, there we go.
But, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Here we are, just dead.
That's a fortress with pretty decent attack.
That hurt. I was not expecting that to actually kill me.
And decent special defense. So yeah, kind of a rough patch, other than the Venus fight. Some unfortunate luck here.
Yeah, everything, I mean, Venus was clean, and then every other fight, so the lab has just been generally pretty bad, but everything else has been good. It's really hard to get a good iron split. I may even start
I think
splitting
you've just
it.
been unlucky, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
I get bad iron splits because I mess up the puzzle, and I mean, but honestly, the iron split is not that bad. I think you just.
It's
Like,
just
I've never seen dying to Fortress from full HP. That's crazy unlucky.
I mean, that's the first time I've died to Fortress from full, so it's a new experience for me. That's it's like what I said, like, you're pretty much favored to get critical in an inopportune spot, but it never kills the run most of the time. Unless it's like on a late game fight. It's not like if a vice critical is your Espeon or something and you die, it's a much bigger deal. But these kind of fights you can easily just kind of revive and then move on. So my Espeon has lost quite a bit of XP to just random critical deaths, so like I said, I'm gonna keep the XP share on it for a bit longer than I normally would.
Yeah, the reason you get EXP share is not to handle situations like this, but just so that you can get Psychic for the lab, because that makes like the Magneton fights and a few other fights a lot faster. It's worth removing the Twisted Spoon for an extended stretch so that you can get Espeon Psychic faster. But when you do run into situations like this where one Pokemon is short, I've experienced that it really needs to win an important fight later. You can just adapt and how long you keep the EXP share on Espeon. So because this Espeon has bad speed, it needs to be level 53 for a fight later to outspeed a Starmie that has a plus speed nature. And if you remove the EXP share now, you'd be level 52 and could lose a lot of time there. But it's not too bad to have Relegator lose some EXP so that Espeon hits that mark, especially since this Gator is all around
It's really
solid.
good Gator. And we're kind of forced to put on the XP share once we reach Ein. There's too many ranges without the Twisted Spoon, so it's really bad. I've went into that fight without the Twisted Spoon and it does not go over well. You start not killing Lantern and just overall a bad time.
Well, you got the Grand Bull range.
I got the Grand Bull range, which is really good.
Even without Spoon. Or even with Spoon, so.
I know Gator's not slower than Linoone. I think Vigoroth's slightly faster, isn't it? I don't know if it's
Linoone is faster, but it's less threatening.
Okay, so Gator is actually faster than Vigoroth, so I actually just lose no time here at all. It's really nice. Really good
The Tauren version of this fight is really nice because you're low enough HP that the Grand Bull just tries to kill Gator, so you protect, and then Psychic the other thing, and then the next turn you kill the Grand Bull, and because you're in Torrent, you can surf whatever's left, Vigoroth or Linoone, and that kills.
Alright, so we have 2 DNA samples, so this would be really simple. We have not found a way to manip the puzzle door here, so we actually make this, it's a fairly long detour. If we could find a way to predict this out, it would actually be better, or loads better, but this is actually, probably over 30 seconds of detour just to try to make this door more consistent. There's 9 Pokemon on the door if you've not played this game, and you have to, it's a combination of 3 opens the door. And the DNA samples found throughout the lab will give you hints to what they are. So.
Yeah, just that detour either there, I timed it, it was 35 seconds.
Yeah, it's about 30.
And then there's then there's the time to get the samples, and
Yeah.
the samples locations are randomized, so sometimes you go hunt for one and it's not there. You gotta look elsewhere. Not that part isn't a huge time loss, but it can be like 10 seconds, and then actually putting in the password itself when you don't know the third combo can waste a bit of time. So it's almost a minute. It'd be really nice if it was just something you could know from the start of the run based on your train ID.
Do I want to YOLO serve? I think I do because I don't have the twisted spoon on. I don't actually know. F it.
Close.
I'm gonna do it. I believe. Hopefully we'll just...
Oh, you don't have spoon.
Huh? Yeah, I don't have the spoon on.
So the Empress won't die, so you'd have to get 2 Thunder Misses.
Just one Thunder Miss. Because Ampharos is dead. I don't actually. It might have been correct to protect there, but either way. Alright, Magneton did hit this time. So we're just going to revive Gator and potion him. So we're just going to set him into range, but I don't want him to be later. It's pretty likely to just die to one of these guys. But the problem there is I needed surf damage to kill Ampharos, and I also needed surf damage to kill Magneton. So this is just the curse of having or trying to run running bad speed. So I can let me go ahead and potion. We really don't. I mean, Gator should not get damaged anymore anyway, but we definitely it's already set and it's good to go. So this is the next fight where we have to, just pray a blizzard hits. It starts to get really slow when you don't. The Brava has a animation after it attacks that lasts for freaking ever.
Yeah.
And it's really
I used that when
annoying.
testing, and it seemed random how long it stood there. I don't know.
But you'll see when I miss this blizzard, you'll see it look back and forth for about 3 seconds. Oh, I hit it. Now it just has to die.
Did it die?
It died! Yay! Alright, so we're good.
The Brava has a very small chance of surviving the blizzard.
I froze Kecleon. Well, that's actually faster in the long run, as long as it doesn't defrost. I think it's faster to just call Gator here. In the past, I did this in the run the other day. I didn't really think about this. It's been a while, but I used a bite on the Kecleon. Try to make it flinch, but if you use Bite on the Kecleon, Psychic no longer damages it. So you can't really do that. Kecleon stayed frozen so that's good. So I have 7 Psychics. Is that enough? I think I'm like a couple short, aren't I? I'm not healing anyway, so I have to elixir or something anyway. I might as well, I'll elixir after scrub because I need to equip the twisted spoon then. So many vowels, so many consonants. Thanks, game. You can buzz off.
In this next fight, we get to see the Glitch putting in some nice work so that we don't have to worry about the Wobbuffet. Once the Wobbuffet sees Espeon using Psychic, it'll just always use Mirror Code, so if you go for a damage range and miss it, then it will It'll take you out.
You guys got to see me try all 7 combos for the door. Hope you enjoyed that. But that's why we need Manip for that door. Because even though I got all those DNA samples, you can still argue that I lost even more time. That's probably almost a minute between going to the detour, getting the DNA samples, and then, you know, failing the door as well, so.
Before we found out about the glitch, we would actually X special for alligator here. And then, what was it? We relied on a range.
Hold on. So, yeah, the range on Lava Fed that we used to go for it's sometimes was run ending. Not even run ending, but it's really bad when it happens. It's just a huge time waste when your gator just dies.
I don't remember exactly what the range was, but it was like a 60% range to get.
Yeah.
And now the range is like 98%. Because we're able to more efficiently distribute the X specials, giving it to Espeon, who does more damage.
But it's
We don't need the
guaranteed
X
lab
special.
torrent.
Yes, Blab Torrent, it's sweet because you can just surf the Wobbuffet without psychicing. You can just psychic everything else. It saves like 8 seconds in animations.
Alright, so we're
Or
just
on this
gonna,
particular variant, it saves 13 seconds.
we're gonna go ahead and throw another ether out. We only need psychics. We need the Twisted Spoon, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that. Espeon's level 50, which is what we want. I think Espeon's experience situation should be fine at this point.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's good as long as you don't die again.
It's hard to die from here. This is when the game actually gets consistent for a short little bit of time.
And before
like
toxic
from
in
Ryan.
the pursuit crit and Surf in Gen 3, Surf just splits the damage among the enemy Pokemon.
So this fight actually used to be quite a bit worse as well without the glitch. There was this kind of combo. There was really no way for us to safely set up an X special when Lantern was out. But now we can actually use the turn and X special Gator, or use Gator to X special Espeon here, and we can get around this. So instead of wasting a turn trying to boost Espeon up, we can just use the glitch and then kill Lantern. It's really sweet. Saves a lot of time. It also takes away a lot of like full heal shenanigans we used to have to deal with.
And this is the first of several fights in the late game where basically all you're doing is you're letting Espeon pick off the Pokemon with Psychic one by one. Gator just isn't strong enough. Its moves have too slow of animation, so you just use Gator's turn to X Special Espeon, Full Heal Espeon, Hyper Potion, whatever you need to do for Espeon.
So I'm going to choose to just call Gator here. You can choose to go for Bite to try to flinch Altaria, but I prefer just to call it.
Any to waste a turn calling is the fastest thing, unless you can do something cool like Psychic on a Dark type Pokemon.
Yeah, or like Blizzard critical it. But it's just, you can't guarantee that. So that's area just like, it's not always locked into Pursuit, but something about the AI has it programming Pursuit to do more damage than it normally would. I think you said that it calculates it as double the damage, and so it chooses Pursuit over really bad things like Fly. I think it knows Fly, it's really bad. So we're 70%.
Yeah, if your defense is
Blizzard.
bad.
Oh wow, I hit a Blizzard.
If your defense is bad enough, it'll go for fly, and then sometimes it just randomly goes for toxic. But yeah, you just generally let Altaria harmlessly pursue you. This fight.
This isn't even really a bad time. It's like a 256 Ein. You can tell that I've had some issues with deaths, but it's still, you know,
Quite a bit underestimate.
3 minutes behind a decent run. It's not 3 minutes behind a great run, but it's 3 minutes behind a decent run. But so well, you can't see my splits, but I have not changed my splits to reflect the route change, and we're about to go do the coolest fight in the game. Recently me and Exarian have struggled, and some other runners even, like Rising, have struggled to, you know, make Dakeem 2 consistent. Dakeem is, it's a weird fight, and we've finally kind of, you know, combined effort. A lot of us kind of thought about different ways we could have done things. But we finally have a fight that is pretty much 100% consistent. There's like a very small chance that you can't kill this fortress, but besides that, it's really neat. So I'm gonna go ahead and safety save.
Yeah, Dakeem.
I don't. Oh, you good?
Dakeem 2 uses kind of the same strategy as Dakeem 1 with Earthquake and Protect. But his patterns are a bit tougher to figure out, and you're often at risk of dying to either Earthquake or one of his other moves like Solar Beam. Also, when Gator's special defense is low enough, then his AI shifts where he will prefer using Sunny Day and Solar Beam over just Earthquaking. Like when Solar Beam does twice as much damage to Gator as Earthquake does to Espeon, then it will go for Sunny Day and then Solar Beam. But if you're just in kill range for Solar Beam, then regardless of distribution of damage, it'll just try to kill you with Solar Beam. It won't set up the Sunny Day like it should. So the idea is for Gator to enter the Dakeem 2 fight in range to die to Solar Beam from Claydol and Flygon. Those are the two Pokemon that have it. And then because those Pokemon use Solar Beam instead of Earthquake, then the other two Pokemon, Whiscash and Forretress, will not use Protect. They like to protect, you know, with the Earthquake combo, but otherwise they'll just Earthquake themselves. So you just let Claydol and Flygon sit there, charging Solar Beam, and pick off the folks one by one with an X-Special Psychic, make Dakeem look like a fool. So yeah, it used to be a fight that almost always something went wrong.
I'm trying.
And now there's only one thing that can go wrong, and on this run it actually...
Here we go, guys.
Even that can't go wrong. Oh, here we go. Yes.
Here you guys go. So Ruri has to walk all the way around the stairs, and it takes the cutscene like 10 seconds longer than it normally would if you get her stuck before going on that elevator.
It's funny how much trouble you had getting her stuck when normally it's...
I know, right?
Happens when you're trying to not have... NPCs in this game are just worst.
Straight troll. I also biked to the wrong place. I did that the other day as well.
Anyway, there's normally 1 damage range on the Dakeem fight, which is the Forretress, but because we have perfect special attack on this Espeon, and I kept the XP share long enough to get level 51, it'll always die. It's gonna look really clean.
So this is a great fight. Assuming I'm not dead to Psychic, I think my HP is 78, might be 80. My special defense is really high, so I think I'm fine. I can't adjust my health because if I potion, I'll potion out of solar beam range. So Claydol Flygon. So this is like exactly why we routed this fight. Just this piece of crap. 82. Okay, yeah, we're good health. Good. So we also still have to use the glitch for this as well to make it work correctly. But this Flygon used to be a terrible range that we had to YOLO, and if we missed it, it was terribly punishing because Earthquake would just do hundreds of damage. And at that point, it was just really hard to recover. You were pretty much guaranteed to lose a lot of time. So here it is. Claydol decides to just take in sunlight like he was talking about, and that's just because of the health we're at. It's just electing to try to kill us, because Psychic can't kill us, and it would normally want to Earthquake Espeon, but it won't do that because it can kill Gator. So, it just... So as you can see, we can just, you know... Solar Beam comes in, doesn't do anything. So we can actually X-Space our Gator here again because, you know, we just know that Claydol's gonna try to go for Solar Beam again. So it's just a really clean fight, and it's just insane how much it's helped her out. This fight used to be so random.
Before you missed the surf range, Clever got your level 42. I mean, if you do, it doesn't matter too much.
Gator just dies.
It never goes away, man, when you die to Mirror Beer, Dakim 1. I mean, it's like super favorable. Actually, it might be guaranteed. Your special's really good.
It's like 28. I hope it's good.
Yeah, actually, you could probably live the Solar Beam
now
now that you leveled. That would be great. Live the Solar Beam into Tor.
Alright, Claydol died, so that's exactly what you want to see.
Yeah,
So-
sweet fight, man.
That is the sweet, clean fight that we came up with. I'm still just so in awe of how nice it is. Because, I mean, I know multiple runners have lost minutes to that fight, and it's just, it feels awful to get that far and then, you know, miss the Flygon range or something random like that, or, you know, get Sunny Day from Claydol. So, it's great. So I don't think I need to heal. Espeon's damaged. I probably do need to heal before I get Golduck.
Gator should be fine.
I think I need to... I'll just hyper because I need to keep one of each. 91 was probably fine, honestly. I probably was fine to just forgo healing since we're going straight to the center after this. It's okay, it's a marathon, so we're just gonna... It's fine. I was pretty much committed to just making sure I was fine.
Yeah, SPN can get beat up on this fight. I mean, you could during the fight, of course.
Ice beam freeze, ice beam crit. But we got Ludicolo and Golduck, so this will be a clean fight. We just need Golduck to pretty much just cooperate.
Much, much easier than the first Mirror B fight.
So this Ludicolo, just like the other Ludicolos, will just immediately go for Rain Dance, and so to avoid losing that time, we kill it immediately. Not only does Rain Dance waste time every single turn, but Golduck will start using Surf instead of Ice Beam, which wastes even like double the amount of time or more than Ice Beam does. So it's
And that level 44 Ludicolo has Swift Swim, so it would be faster
that's
than
right.
Espeon.
I was like, what am I supposed to do next turn? Like, what is Gator supposed to do? And I was like, oh, Gator just can't help, so he just does nothing. I kind of forget that sometimes Gator just kind of sits there.
Yeah, it's another situation where you can go for the flinch on Golduck, but unless like you're at risk of dying to the Golduck,
That's just not worth it.
it's just not worth it.
You might as well take your guaranteed time save of not having to use a Gator animation versus. So Golduck is just locked into Ice Beam with Espeon. It'll just keep using that till the end of time. And so we just kind of take out the more threatening things while we wait. Loudred, no Shadow Ball, Ludicolo's no, Rain Dance and Giga Drain. So we just kind of, the best option is just leave Golduck alive because it's relatively harmless.
This is another fight where the AI is weird in that Golduck has Psychic, and he does more to Gator with Psychic than does to Espeon with Ice Beam. But it just never Psychics Gator unless it can kill with it. Which is kind of obnoxious because we could like manipulate Torrent for later fights if Gator got hit, and we wouldn't have to worry about getting frozen. But I mean, as long as you don't get frozen here, this fight is completely free.
We've been considering trying to route further in to this fight, but we've kind of hit some brick walls, and I think the biggest brick wall is just the fact that Ein reads that you have Earthquake. It looked like we had a potential thing that we could have went for, but not being able to teach Earthquake early slows things down a little bit. But there's probably still more to do with the late game. I'm not sure. It might just take a lot more creativity than one. And we have so many new things. As much as I love routing and trying to find new things, like having all these new things makes me want to, get a late game to Dakeem 2 and then actually get to play through what we've done. It's really fun to actually play through it and see it in action. But this game has been a pretty big rework since the glitch. And I think, honestly, it's made this game a lot better. It used to be that we had a huge reset for the starter wall, but we still do, but it's, you don't lose nearly as many runs to just terrible RNG that we used to have to deal with. I also meant to point out on the Mirror B fight, as I was finishing it up on Golduck, I had exactly one Psychic left, so it's the PP route is very specific through there.
The interesting thing about this fight is, there's a jump bluff, and he dies to Blizzard if it's just by itself. You can actually do this fight in 2 turns instead of 3 if you just kill the Sunflora and the Balloon with Psychic, and then Blizzard the jump bluff, but it's quite a bit faster to take the extra turn and just use Protect, because then the jump bluff does not get off a sunny day in a Giga Drain. Giga Drain's a super slow animation.
Giga Drain. So this Gator...
Are we going to be seeing Giga Drain on the next fight?
I don't think so. This Gator should be fine, right?
Well, you're level 43. Let me check.
I think I'm fine. Because my Spadef is so high, but...
Yeah, this could be the range, right? The range strat.
This could be the range strat.
I think you're gonna be fine. Let's see, if you're level 44, Thunderbolt does 103 to 122.
Oh, is this the range? I'm 43.
No, 102. So it's gonna be like 10. You're guaranteed to survive Thunderbolt.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. Okay. All right.
So
standard fight.
Get a faster fight. So yeah, on the next fight, Venus 2, it's another one of those fights where Gator can't do a whole lot, so Espeon is just psychicking all of her folks. And you can just do whatever you want on Gator's turn. But what you want is to manipulate Torrent on Gator, because that makes the next few fights faster and pretty much 100% consistent. So there's a few options. The Blossom can use Giga Drain, and that's really slow. If you have good special defense like this Gator, you can tank a Thunderbolt from Raichu. Sometimes the Mischievous comes into play with using Psychic. The goal is just to be in Torrent at the end of this fight.
I guess I'm taking, well, I guess I can Psychic Blossom here and just leave Raichu instead. Yeah, I have that option. I can't leave Blossom up and do the standard strat here because I'm female. I think the standard strat assumes you're male, but since Blossom's trying to Giga Drain me immediately.
Oh, is this... Oh, female, so it's going to be an extra turn. Yeah, that's kind of awkward, actually.
Yeah, I think I just have to kill Blossom there. I think that's just the right play.
Yeah, this fight's pretty harmless as long as you don't get critical. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get.
Yeah, if I get critical, I have to revive Gator and then sit through 3 more turns of... Do I even lose a turn? Wait, it has a T-Wave and then Sweet Kiss me as well, right?
Yeah, it's gotta get through 2 more because of a track. You're gonna lose a turn.
Rip me.
Just don't paralyze heal on the turn you have to.
I'm not gonna paralyze heal.
Just
I know the AI is... I don't even have paralyze heal left, Exarian. I've used both of them already. I didn't even get 44. So I just have to like waste a turn here. Because Raichu can't kill me, it's Venus's AI favors status affliction moves. So I'll actually just sit here a turn. This is just all because I'm female.
Yeah, this fight is actually really annoying. It's like you can predict that they're never going to attack you, but you really want them to attack you. It just... And Venus goes from this huge threat early in the game, where she's got Earthquake, Shadow Ball, Double Edge, Giga Drain, to just this troll fight where she can spam status moves.
So it's a decently slow fight, but it's still probably close to just as fast as the Giga Drain version, so this is what I was talking about in terms of I took a female Croc. Like, this is the one fight that actually matters. So it's just, it's unavoidable, and it's definitely not worth not taking your female Crocs just because, you know, you lose a turn on this fight. It's definitely different. My PB on speedrun.com actually has a female Croc, or a female Gator with shifted AI. And if you have female Gator with a shifted AI on Venus 1, it's actually a lot more relevant. Because you're just getting thunderbolted by Dalcatty immediately. But it's very rare that you ever get shifted AI and, you know, and are female in the same run.
So now we're going to see Torrent going to work. This fight without Torrent is you've got to give Phyllis 1 in turn, and then it uses Mud Shot on Espeon, lowers Espeon speed, and then sometimes Espeon is slower than Gator, sometimes it's faster. In any case, just the extra turn on Phyllis 1 slows the fight down. With this good special attack, it'll die to Torrent Surf. And it's just a clean 2-turn fight.
And as you can see right here, we're about to take the XP share off of, or put the XP share on Gator, but just in time, Espeon hits 53 for Ein, right before this fight ends. So that delayed XP share gets us just enough. So Gator's going to be a little lower leveled, but because my Gator stat line is so solid, it shouldn't be as big of an issue as it would be for some other Gators. So So we just have to take a menu here. I just have to give more psychic PP to Espeon, and then we're gonna just give the XP share to Gator. Because for Gator to actually be relevant in these last few fights, he needs a lot more XP. As you can tell, he's already getting out-leveled, but he'll be extremely out-leveled if we don't give him the opportunity to get more experience. So now I'll elixir Espeon. So I didn't actually play Colosseum before XRN, or people routed the torrent strat for Ein, but he can probably describe how this AI works a bit better than I can. So I'll throw that over to him.
Yeah, so we'll see. Well, just tell me what combo you get.
So we get right on Starmie.
Stream delay.
So it actually mattered.
Always Starmie.
Always Starmie. Marathon.
Well, you got 53.
Yep, we're
so
good.
It'll die. So yeah, the idea for this fight is you don't actually need the torrent for the damage. What you need is low HP, and that will manipulate Ein's Pokemon into trying to kill Gator instead of spamming Protect and Toxic. Toxic on Espeon is awful because it has Synchronize, and so it poisons the other Pokemon back, and it wastes so much time. And Protect is just obnoxious, and he's inconsistent with it. So with Gator at 18 HP, Rhydon is going to try to kill it with Dig. That's just waste a turn going underground. When we get this Starmie lead, it's a bit awkward. It can't hit Starmie on the way in. We have to allow it to kill Plusle. However, Plusle needs to die anyway in order to set up the strats we do for the very end game, so this isn't too bad.
Oh,
and
no.
we're able to use the glitch more effectively.
That just wastes a little time. I don't think it actually ruins the fight. Freaking Hydro Potion.
The Starmie variant used to be... Oh, did he hyper?
Yeah, I think I Surf and Psychic, I'm still fine. But...
Yeah. So one bad thing that can happen on this fight.
Actually, am I not fine?
Starmie is one of 3 Pokemon that he can send out along with Rhydon. If he sends out one of the other 2, Pelipper or Crobat, you just hit the Starmie on the way in with Bite, and then you X Special Protect.
So Pelipper's coming in. How much does this do to Crobat even? I think I have to switch out again. I should have just waited a turn. I guess I should have just called Gator in that situation. Just delayed a turn.
So it's just
It's probably better to do it that way. Because now I can't guarantee living to Raikou. So I have to, I just have to switch out the meta title in this last turn. So I can kill Raikou and then switch back in. It's not worth the YOLOing your Protect here. So Crobat's trying to fly Gator. So we just have to send Metatite in to die. This is just the unfortunate result of us getting Hyper Potion. That's like the only reason we're really losing time here. It didn't matter how I really did this fight. I could have called Gator and watched a whole other dig animation from Raichu, but... oh, I got a tanky Raikou. That sucks.
Yeah, the round 2 of the admin fights, they all have Hyper Potions. And then the last 2 fights of the game, Nascar and Elice, they've got Hypers as well. Did that Raikou just live?
Yeah,
or did you did Next Special?
No, I'm not X Special because I couldn't. I haven't had time.
Right, it's like, I don't think that can live. Anyway,
kills itself with recoil, so it's whatever.
So it's like a 30-ish% chance that you get the Hyper Potion when their Pokemon are at half health or below. In some cases it's very obnoxious to get it.
Yeah.
Really unlucky to get it here, because it is only 1 in 3 to get the Starmie lead in the first place.
Yep, just another 1 in 9. But that's been most of the run, so... This run hasn't had terribly good luck at all, but it is what it is. I'm glad I gotten some bad luck because I feel like it's good to try to show off the ability to adjust. It's definitely nice to know that, you know, you've seen all that's happened to me, but you can still, you know, you can still find a way.
Yeah, why is it different from, you know, Pokéguy is grinding Pokemon Red glitchless for a really good time now, and he's had so many runs that like have been well executed, and they make it 2/3 or, you know, half of the way through the game, and it's just one critical, one rock slide miss, and it's just over. And in this game, it does suck when you get bad luck. It does lose a lot of time, but you can keep going, and it's a good experience. The Master Ball is a 2.5-minute detour, so all the fights themselves are sped up by using the Master Ball and the glitch to keep the Master Ball for all of the Shadow folks. It's overall slower because of how long the detour is. However, if you're like starting out this game, I think it's a good, consistent strat to use. It makes it much less likely to die or lose a lot of time to the last few trainers.
Yeah, Xion's talking a lot about the fact it's just faster to kill them, but I think Admiral Bucky's also makes a good point where you just lose XP by catching stuff, so, which can be relevant. It's not as relevant in the late game, but for sure. Like stuff like Metagross gives huge amounts of XP. Is there a 100% category for this game? There's not. I don't think there's a set definition because, what? I mean, there's an all snags like category. It's kind of unofficial, but I don't know if anyone's done like an all snags Mount Battle Oh-Ho-Oh route or anything like that.
And basically because of how long fights take in this game with all the animations, that anything other than just a beat the game category is really unappealing. People just don't have the time,
having to deal with
you know, the motivation to grind out a category like that when there isn't competition. I could see it happening if more people ran this game, but Colosseum is still getting more popular. There's some really good people working at it, but it's not one of the more popular Pokemon runs. It's basically just this category, beat the game right now, but we're always open to people coming in with new category ideas or new routing ideas for the main category. I, for one, would love to see someone do a good run with Typhlosion.
I don't want to call us beyond. I just know Nuzleaf's gonna die. I can just feel it in my bones. I never know about this Nuzleaf range, but it's so awkward when you kill it turn 1. So now if Nuzleaf doesn't die, I look like an idiot. But it died, so I just got rewarded for calling. So.
When it doesn't die, you can just X special instead of protect when Hariyama comes in, and then Hariyama will die to the... Or wait, what is it? I think that was the strat.
I can't remember what the strat was.
Yeah, because then it takes... Then Hariyama takes half from both serfs.
Yeah.
But because of the X special, it dies to the 2% serfs. I remember this happened to me where like I did kill the Nuzleaf's turn 2. But it was fine.
Oh, I'm just double protect.
Yeah, this fight is terrible. Like,
what am I doing?
I'm just
wasting time. Whatever. It's fine.
They use fake out and protect, but they're not that consistent with it. Like, I think this guy has different AI than like standard smart AI.
I forgot to protect, but it's just like minor time loss. So I got ahead of myself one turn. This guy's just annoying. He just kind of like spams fake out and does generally nothing. So there has been some improvements to this fight just to avoid animations. I just totally ignored what the routes told me to do because I don't know. It's oddly difficult for me to keep track of like all the notes I have up for this run. It's hard for me to explain like how much information you need to do a proper run of this game. Because there's like a lot of trainers just have like 5 or 6 different versions of the same fight. Just because there's different Pokemon everywhere.
So are you gonna be in range to die to Giga Drain?
I just gonna menu and heal everything. So I should be fine.
Level 46.
So we finally get rid of Bite here. We keep Bite normally for Starmie and Iron 2 with certain variations of it, but at this point we really need Earthquake for Gonzap. Gonzap is a really trolly fight and it requires us to hit our blizzards among other things.
It's one of the fights we're having, like one of the big 4 hidden powers that Paper mentioned earlier, or HP Bugger fighting makes a big difference.
Yeah, you can essentially just forgo Blizzard. You can even forgo, or you can forgo Earthquake when you have those. Like, if you have Bug with Croc, it's just so good. I think a high Bug hidden powers almost kill Shiftry, and Crawdont is the same way.
So yeah, Giga Drain's gonna do max 90, it looks like.
I probably should have safety saved before Gonzap, but whatever. We're already here. It's too late. I promise you guys, I'm a professional adapter. If there's anything this game teaches you to do, it's just to adapt to the unexpected. And that's where, like, you can write a route down on paper all you want, but in terms of, like, knowing what to do when the fights go off script is what I think makes the good runners good compared to the people that are, just trying to follow the paper. Because this run is just there's so much RNG in it that it hardly ever completely follows the script.
In this fight, it's scripted, but then there's so many chances for a critical that you have to kind of go off script. Plus, his Pinsir has a weird AI, where like if he can kill his own poke with Earthquake, then he'll just start randomly using moves other than Earthquake. Just like use Flail from full HP.
So it's just very important that my Blizzards hit Shiftry. We hit the first one. Pinsir will also damage it down. Now we just have to hit our Blizzard. I think we might actually be in range to die to Giga Drain. I'm at 84. What did you say the max was?
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Not like this. Just hit the Blizzard. How hard can it be?
We can with return now, right?
Well, you want a Psychic Pinsir, right? Well, what's Pinsir gonna do normally? I might have been able to return that.
Yeah.
Might have been a better decision.
It gets weird, like Pinsir sometimes does enough that another Earthquake might kill, and then he'll switch off Earthquake.
Hey,
Close there.
Shifty's dead.
Easy.
So we hit both our Blizzards. So we actually hit all 4. The 2 that hit earlier don't matter. Like, it would have actually been faster to not hit. But
as I've said to Paper a couple times in the past week, this fight is just about how many Blizzards do you want to try to hit. It's very possible to do this fight without Blizzard, but it's slower. If you just go for Blizzards every turn, or usually 2 is what you go for optimal speed, then like it can be very fast. But usually when you miss a Blizzard on Shiftry, then one of your Pokemon dies, and slows this fight down by quite a bit. And it is possible to actually lose this fight.
this is a really clean fight, so you're not going to see this too often.
Oh, this is a sweet setup.
Torrent Gator.
Yeah. This is where you're really happy to skip the Master Ball, because you don't even lose a turn.
Yeah, the turn you'd be
On the
throwing the
Skarmory.
basketball, you're just
Just throw it.
sidekicking.
I think it's actually faster in this case to kill Skarmory than to catch it if you had the Master Ball.
So that was a really clean fight. I am blessed to get that kind of fight in this situation, so... I was not expecting the Skarmory to live, but... Just a little extra time, but not a huge deal.
Looks like it'll hit 48 for Sharpedo too,
That'll be good.
so that'll outspeed. Yeah, so it's
Very clean
coming
fight.
together okay.
Yep.
They're like 5-6 deaths this run. It's good.
This is one of the interesting fights where you don't actually you don't get a full heal after this fight. A lot of the big fights in the game will give you heals, but there's no fight in this game that gives you a heal, or like in this area. I mean, Real Gem Tower, the only fight that gives you a heal is after Ston. But throughout the game, you'd see that they didn't heal you for every admin, but it was every other admin. And they did it for Mirror B and Venus, but they didn't heal you after Iron and Dekeen. So I'm not sure what the rhyme or reason was to where their free heals were, but I think it is something interesting to note. So we can move on from Gonzap, and I'm very happy that it went that well. This section can get a little... This section is generally pretty free, but it can get hairy at times.
Still got a pretty important Blizzard coming out.
Yeah, a couple fights. I've hit most of my Blizzards, which is not normal. I don't even, is this Porygon 2 even a range? No, I don't think so. It might be. This Porygon 2 hardly ever dies. I'm not honestly certain if there's a range for this Porygon 2 or not, but...
Yeah, I think it's 65%.
65%. Just doesn't look like it, I guess. So this will be a slow fight.
Yeah, it's favorable with the special attack.
Wow. I guess I just rolled really low then. Especially because I was 54
Yeah, the names
already.
Wow. The names in Colosseum and XD are pretty ridiculous. Like Jomas is one of the more normal sounding ones.
At this point, you're pretty much you're gonna take a slash from Zangoose, whether you like it or not. So you just kind of surf Gator here so you can return it. You heal us beyond the full at the end, unless you just crit Zangoose. There's the slash. It's a bit slow, but I forgot to switch puzzle to the front. Okay, well, there we go. I knew I made a mistake. I knew I had to wait for something to get interesting.
So, I wasn't sure if you did, because
I totally forgot. It's alright.
you could have switched in a different order. But, so if you die to Evice, you just go back and fight him again. You don't have to fight the trainers before him.
Yeah, that's true.
And you can probably beat NASCAR just fine without Flustle. So if you wanted to show the Flustle strats for Evice, you could just die.
We'll see. I'll figure out what I'm feeling.
We're definitely well underestimate.
Yeah.
Or we could just try a Gator fight, and if we lose, then we can go with Flustle.
I need to pull up the old Gator fights, though. I don't even know if I have those bookmarked anymore.
You got this shifted AI anyways.
Yeah, it's true. I guess we'll just improvise. Why not? That's gonna go alright. So we got Absol Night Yena, which is pretty bad, but we can go for the new strat, which I actually like. Just X special gator and surf. It looks like Absol's gonna die. Is it better for me just to heal here? That looks close. I think I should return Absol. I guess Helping Hand's actually probably a little faster. But it is what it is, it's fine.
What do you have the next special?
Huh?
The strat that I did on this fight, if you roll low on Absol, is just if you have a spare X special.
Okay, so you just
use
X special
that.
again, then kill Starpedo. Yeah, that's right. I remember doing
And
that
then,
in my
yeah,
PB.
You've got a turn to heal Espeon since you're at +2. But it's tough to budget for that X special because you only use it if you get Absol by Diana. And you get a low roll in the Absol.
So I guess I'll just... Oh, I should have just Helping Hand surfed. I guess we're just Earthquaking. Oh. Why did I think that was gonna die? Did we do something different on that fight normally? It's okay. We'll just heal Espeon now. And I'll just have some, I'll have some, rough skin damage. I did that fight in the wrong order, but it's not a huge deal.
This is another fight where you save a decent amount of time if you've got a hidden power that's either super effective against Sharpedo or it's just like a very strong special hidden power on Espeon. So like 65 plus Dragon or...
Oh, I just realized I realized that I was thinking of non-Might Yana fight. That's why I thought Earthquake would kill. It was totally wrong. So I'm not 49 for this. Well, I'll actually get 49 before I use Earthquake. So that'll probably help this range a bit. So it's actually
Snag
faster.
might have-
Oh,
It's
actually
available post game.
Oh, he's...
Yeah, go ahead.
So this is one of those fights where it's actually faster to hurt your Espeon. This is a 2-turn fight if you hit the Houndoom range, and the only real sacrifice you're making is you're just damaging Espeon a little bit with Earthquake. But since everything goes after Espeon, or it goes after Gator on the next fight, it's pretty irrelevant damage. But this is the reason why you want to be full health for this fight, is because you don't want to be Earthquaking yourself into death range of anything else. Should I try Gator fights, or should I just like try switching to Metatite and then turning it into a puzzle fight? I don't actually know what I should do. I think I should just do Nascord regularly. I think it's fine.
I would just try it. And like NASCAR is easy.
Yeah.
You might like lose Gator and have to revive him, but you bought Revival Herbs,
I don't
right?
live T-Volt, do I? I might. It probably
I'm
close.
just gonna check that. What are you gonna be level 50?
Probably not. I don't know how much XP Stom gives. Let's see.
I think they're normally 49, and that's what my notes have.
Yeah.
So it would be 119 to 140 with Thunderbolt.
Let's see if I'm fine.
So yeah,
I'm
you
at,
tank
yeah,
that.
okay, I'm good. Alright, so we can actually go for the cool. So this is the last fight where Blizzard's really a huge deal, though Blizzard could be a huge deal on Advice, depending on what spread we get, because I'm not using Plusle apparently. But ow, I'm in Torrent, does that help? I don't think that helps, does it? But we need to hit one Blizzard on this CAC turn. It's the last really important Blizzard. If we miss, Croc pretty much immediately, it will immediately die of Mute Alarm.
Now you are gonna get level 50
Yeah,
if you don't die.
if I don't die, but that's the tall order.
And you get just SP. I'm gonna get 55 for you. Though. So if it doesn't, I don't think you tank a Crush Claw.
If it doesn't get
It'll be
55.
interesting.
I think it'll get 55. Well, I hit all my Blizzards that are important this run. That is a miracle. And Cacturn died. So it's a really clean up to Nazcor, minus my mistakes on the Might Yenna Absol fight, but that's pretty much as good as you can really expect. That was a really good Ston fight. So now we're I don't have
Yeah,
notes.
the Stomp fight.
Yeah. I don't have
Stomp
notes
fight
up
was
for
kinda
this.
awkward with
If I
that
die to
X special.
Nazcor, yeah. If I die to Nazcor, I can like just set up Plusle and do it again. I shouldn't die to Nazcor, but it does. The reason why Plusle is really a thing is because it adds a huge amount of consistency to this fight, or these fights in particular. The fights with Gator can get really sketchy and rely on a lot of different things. And I've actually never done Gator fights. So I think I can.
It's an awkward start.
Yeah, I think I just like
Split. I mean, you could just switch to Plusle here.
I could have, yeah. I didn't really know what to do. Protect gonna fail? Yeah, okay. So it's just, I guess.
Oh,
Then I need to get rid of, which one's more important? I think Walrein is more important to get rid of. I should probably just protect this turn, because I probably want to hit whatever's coming in on the way in. So I'll just wait one more turn. Well, I thought Zatu was going to target Espeon. Oh well, that's fine. I forgot. Solar and attacks Espeon. Alright, so that's good. So we'll switch to Plusle here. And let's just get out of Walrein. I don't know what I'm doing. So I have a decent idea of how these fights work and what everything has, so I'm going to try to construct one to the best of my ability. Zatu presumably is going to target Gator, so I'm just going to go ahead and sack something because I don't want to waste a turn full healing Gator. It's not a luxury that we have.
and the idea with Plusle is just the AI loves going after Plusle because it's so
Yeah.
weak and it does so much damage. It doesn't really care that Plusle's not a threat. And like with the Mirror B and Venus fights a little bit earlier, you really just want Espeon to be throwing out Psychic after Psychic, and Gator can just sit there and help out. So you do want to get 2x specials on Gator on both the NASCAR and e-vice fights. And if you lead Gator, then sometimes SPN can get attracted or confused. That setup becomes difficult. But now it should be good.
Gator's never faster than Gator's not faster than Gardevoir pretty much ever, is it? Or is it close at times?
Fast.
It's faster?
No, he's faster.
Okay, that's what I
If
thought.
you're faster than Sharpedo, then you're faster than Gardevoir. You only need
Okay.
like 45 speed.
So I guess I mixed it up.
The real troll on this fight is the Blaziken because it has Swagger, but he doesn't always use it.
Yeah, he went for Sky Uppercut, which is really good for us.
So the Blaziken will sometimes Swagger you, and he will try to roar you because he's like, oh, you've got to +2 attack, you're a threat now. It's AI that we see in other Pokemon games is that they'll use Roar or Whirlwind when one of your stats has been boosted. And it's just really annoying. You can use Swagger to your advantage, but like, why would you ever Swagger into Roar? Dumbest combination.
So this is actually a pretty clean fight for not having Plusle, and it actually was generally pretty quick. The switch out was slow, but the fight was quick enough, I think. I didn't lose much time compared to Plusle. And it does look like I'll be exactly 55 for Advice, so
Nice.
right after this Metagross.
Unfortunately, the next fight is not as forgiving, usually.
Well, I think I can
But I
figure
don't know,
it out.
just crit the Scizor.
I'm good at this game. I'm good at this game. Why else would I be running it?
Yeah, so the way the next fight goes is Evice has a really strong team. If you've got Plusle out, then generally you can manip his AI and get Espeon set up and you're fine. And there's only a few little things that he can do to troll you. But with Plusle not out, then things can be a bit tougher. Usually you can find ways to win with revives, but sometimes you have to sacrifice Espeon. He's got a Scissor with Silver Wind that just one-hits Espeon and will go after Espeon if Gator is the other Pokemon out. He's got a Salamence that is even worse because sometimes it uses Double Edge, but other times it Dragon Dances. And after a Dragon Dance, it is both faster than you and one-hits you. So you just kind of have to let him kill himself with Double Edge if he gets off a Dragon Dance. And then he's got a Slacking that does a ton of damage. And then the Champ that doesn't have consistent AI. Yeah. Fitting of a final battle, I guess.
Slaking Sizzler. This is not the dream.
Dang, it would have been good with Plusle.
Yeah.
So I guess you just switched to, yeah.
Yeah, what else did I do? I just give an Earthquake in? I have no idea what's correct to do here. TBH. Umbreon will tank an Earthquake, so it should at least tank, oh, Crush Claw's coming in. Come on, Umbreon. Nope. Nope.
I was thinking, like, Protect
Yeah.
turn 1, but I mean, sacrificing Umbreon works.
That was a mistake. I forgot that it's more likely to go for Crush Claw instead of freaking Silverwind or Earthquake. It always goes for Earthquake when Plusle's out. That's why I was confused. Well, I think I've probably messed up this fight so much already that it's probably not going to happen, but we'll see. Well, I don't have any slaves, but it'll be alright. I'm not going to suicide or anything. So I think I still have an idea of what I can do. So I mean, I can technically go up to +1 first. it's kind of weird, but I've actually like legitimately forgotten how these fights work without puzzle strats because they've just been so much better. That might save me? Does that count as his if he uses X attack, does that count as his Truant turn? He used it on turn he
X
could
attack
attack.
is just just replaces their normal turn, so now he'll be truant
Okay.
the
That's
next
what I
turn.
thought.
So that was a good X
I
attack.
think we win. But it's still a question mark. Alright, so I just need to glitch an X special to kill those Salamence, and then I can kill Slowking after that. So we're fine here. So we'll glitch a second X special because this is OP, and this is, I guess this is actually just showing off the glitch even more so than Puzzle would. Just the fact that it kind of salvages this. I don't have to go for Blizzard on the Salamence.
Intimidate is unfortunate.
Yeah. We'll just have to. I guess I can't switch out Gator. I just have to mess around. So Slaking is probably gonna go for Crush Claw, so I should just go ahead and protect this turn because I want this Slowking to be Truanted for the rest of the turn, for the rest of the rounds.
It's always awkward when you end up intimidated.
Yeah. I'm wondering if I should just get
because
more.
Like, is the earthquake even worth using?
I don't think so.
The interesting thing about this fight is that once he's used his X attacks, which is like 25-30% chance each turn, he only has 2 of them, then he can full restore his Pokemon. Same thing on Nascar, like once he's used his X specials, he can Hyper Potion, but he cannot use the healing item before using his X items. So for that reason, you don't want to see the X item generally. Although in fights like this where things don't go as planned, it can be nice. I don't know how this fight would have gone if you hadn't gotten the X attack.
I would have died. He gave me a free turn, like I was so dead. I forgot how the fight worked and messed up so hard.
It shifted AI time.
Yeah, I figured it was worth just killing the champ anyway. Get this extra sandstorm damage in, get this surf on the way in since I don't actually know if Earthquake was going to do enough. It's probably going to be about the same as surf, to be honest. Look how much that crit did the slow game. I don't, well, can you target me? I don't think, oh, okay, well, that's fine. We'll just heal Espeon. I just want to get Slowking out as soon as possible, so we're going to heal Espeon and Psychic it, and then hope I don't get a full restore. It's kind of the plan. T-Tar would have definitely targeted that.
This is the fight where the Master Ball helps the most. Sometimes it can save you from dying, other times it can save like a minute. Once you have hidden power, Tyranitar. Take a while to go down. Oh wow, that thunder damage. Nice minus special attack.
I don't know if this is correct, but let's just try it. We're in Torrent, right?
Oh yeah, I think he got it. Yeah, unless... Yeah, no, that's game.
No, not quite.
Well, okay. With Helping Hand, I don't know.
I don't think Return kills it. I thought that would be close, but... Oh, Shadow Rush, that's right.
Psychic.
It's gonna go for Shadow Thunder, it's just gonna kill itself. Neat. I forgot about that. So, a neat ending to the run, I guess. And only Espeon remains, carrying the run. There you go. It's a fitting end.
Nice.
So,
Almost sub 4.
it's not gonna be quite sub 4. If I wasn't forced to do resets, it would have been, but I can live with this.
Yeah. Solid.
It's about a 357 with the last reset timing, so not too bad. But there's a lot of bad things that went on this run, but there was a lot of good RNG too, and it was actually kind of neat trying to do NASCAR in a Vice the old way. Sorry I didn't get to actually display the real fights, but with the puzzle, but...
I thought this was a good mix of improv strats and then showing off some fights that we'd routed
Yeah.
that were scripted, which is what Colosseum is and why it's great. Like, you get rewarded for the work that you put in, but there's still a lot of management to do during the run.
Alright, and there's the fade out. So, 357.30 for when this Espeon started to the end. So, honestly, that's pretty sick for a marathon run. I'm pretty happy with that, to be honest. It just shows how powerful the glitch is, really. And you saw how many bad things happened to me, and, that's still only, 4 minutes off of my PB time. So, that was really fun. I'm glad you guys got to see Colosseum. I highly recommend checking out the resources for the game. Currently, it's just, there's a lot of paste spins that Exarian's made that has a lot of info. I know Ryzikin has a really good note sheet as well. It'd be nice
we'll be
to...
cleaning up the guides.
Should be, yeah.
Yeah, I know I'll be cleaning up mine and putting it on speedrun.com. I want to get a few more runs to get a better time myself, but I think once I've done that, I'll post my guide, and I know Ryzikin's got like a much more readable guide than mine with it's a better format, and so yeah, the community's great right now. This glitch makes the game more fun, more consistent, and if you got the time to reset, it's a 4-hour run, and you saw the SPN resets at the start, so if you some people just don't have the time to do the resets, but if you do, I think this is the best Pokemon run, clearly. Can't speak for the runs that I haven't done, but I always feel positive when I run this game, whereas other Pokemon runs can get me frustrated. And I think that really speaks to how good this game is to run.
Yeah, I enjoy this game so much. It's literally the only game that I'm willing to actually sit down on my day off or something and reset 7.5 hours for a Crocodile, which that happened just yesterday even. But I never got discouraged because playing through this game is incredible, and it's a very knowledge-based game. It feels very rewarding because your decisions really matter a lot more in this game than they do in other games. It feels like at times. So I highly recommend picking it up. This route has been in a rework recently, so it was really cool to get to debut new stuff at the marathon, given that we only found out about this a few weeks ago. So
yeah, it's a really nice run, guys. Up next, we've got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon by Like a Noob, and that's coming on in just a few moments.